Rock and roll.
Okay, we're here this morning for another great day of budget workshops, and we are going to begin by calling this meeting to order. And if anybody is, no one's really taking notes, but still, we're being recorded, so it's 8:37 a.m. in the morning, and we do have a physical quorum with Commissioner Hernandez, Commissioner Gonzalez, and myself here. And just for the record, there's nobody online, but I would ask all of you to please rise for the Pledge of Allegiance to the United States of America and to our Texas flag.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Honor the Texas flag. I pledge allegiance to thee, Texas, one state, under God, one and indivisible.
And again, just for the record, we are here on, is it June 7th today?
Yes, ma'am.
Wow, June 7th, Tuesday, June 7th, located at 901 North Leopard at Nueces County Courthouse, third floor, Nueces County Commissioner's Courtroom. At this time, I would ask whether any commissioner has any disclosure of any conflict of interest on today's budget workshops. Just so you guys know, today we're going to do the county attorney, juvenile probation, county library, law library, district attorney, road and bridge fund, building super, environmental enforcement, IT, records management, warehouse, records imaging, county records management, risk management, and NCDC. All good, everybody? Okay, now in that case, I'll move on to the public comment and ask Teresa if there anybody here that is signed up for public comment. I don't see anybody online, but of course, if anybody is online, we'd like to hear from you at this time. Okay, then we will proceed with county attorney. That's Department 1130 in our books. And Jenny Dorsey is here, so we'll let her present. And her staff is here, and we welcome you.
Thank you, Commissioners. We are so glad and proud to be with you here today. And I just want to start out by saying, you may not know this, but the County Attorney's Office in Nueces County, of course Nueces County is unique, right? But the Nueces County Attorney's Office is one of only 8 in the state of Texas with the jurisdiction that we have. We have a purely civil jurisdiction with a quasi-criminal jurisdiction in the protective orders. Now, to that end, there is no book that says, here's how you do this. There are a lot of books that say, here's how you do this. We use a lot of different books and a lot of different codes that we're responsible for knowing. We're unique. We do civil law in the state and in the federal court. You know this one. We have to be experts in this one too. Anytime you see me, the court knows me. The court knows Francisco. But what I want to remind you of is that there's an army of people behind me every time we're in court. And the hours of preparation that it takes every time we appear in court. That I'm messaging people who are supporting me. Mary Esther, where are you? Looking up things for the court because it has to be found out now. That is what we provide to the court. But Crystal, Nicole, we're unique in that we also protect the most vulnerable of our society. Jerry is not here. We're unique. Jerry DeLesio has been practicing law since before I was born. That's unique to have an office in a government body who does something here, not because the pay is great, but because of the love he bears those children and this county. That's unique. Property issues. can no longer see me. Look at these guys. Civil trials. Matt Dennis, where are you? The man saved the county over $200,000 this last year. That's pretty great. Discovery issues. It's not one thing, it's many, many things. And there's always an emergency. There's always a contract that we get attached to an agenda at Friday at 4 o'clock, 5:30, 5, 6. Francisco works late into the night to put it together. And then over the weekend, where's Kent Brown, Mary Esther, spend the weekend making sure that even though things haven't been brought to our office beforehand, we try desperately to make sure that nothing is slipping through that will harm the county. That's unique. So we reach out to those other 8 jurisdictions in the county to create partnerships. We gather best practices. We have, in the year and a half that we've been together, we've changed the way we're handling protective orders to better protect not the youngest, but the victims of domestic violence. That's something you don't see us do here in court. We're on call for the court, but we're on call for victims, child victims, and victims of domestic violence. We're on call when a person is incarcerated, but the doctor says they're stable, they need to get out. It's what holiday was it, Amani? What holiday were we trying to get that young lady out? Christmas Eve. We decided we need for the office, although we did not ask in the budget, and I'm not serious, we need a siren for our car because we were racing all over town to find a judge to sign the order to let that young lady out so that she could have Christmas with her family. That's unique. And that's what we give to this county out of love, pure and simple. Jeff has been with us. How long have you been practicing, Jeff?
Almost 30 years.
Has brought guidance to this court on ARPA. Also protects the youngest of the victims in this county. We are so fortunate. Alexandra, who always catches the minor details that are so important if she didn't catch them. And I'm so proud of this group. I'm so proud of the staff who deals with the victims of domestic violence. The court doesn't see that. Doesn't see the people who have mental issues in our office breaking down because this is the first time somebody has listened to them talk about the abuse they withstood from a spouse, from a parent, from a child. They come here. They come to our office. We have clothing in the office because one day a little girl came in, but she didn't look, we thought it was a little boy. Because that mother had escaped her situation with her child, was living with a sister who only had sons. So now we have clothing in the office. Now we have toiletries for those women who, and those men, who are escaping. We have partnerships with local police. When a victim has escaped and needs a night in a hotel, we know who to call. That's out of love. And so I am so proud to come here and bring you this group of people and tell you that we are asking for things. And it's hard to ask for things. But it's not hard to ask for these people. Because they deserve it. Oh my gosh, Esmer. If you've been in the courthouse, with your feet in the courthouse for any length of time, or for 15 years, you know Esmer. She's walked victims through protective orders. She left us for a little while, but I'm so glad she's back. And it's time to honor these people. So we're bringing our budget request to you. If you could, are you ready to advance? We're asking 3 major things today. Next year, we'll ask for more because there is a need. First, we're asking to keep the 3 ARPA positions that we have, 2 attorneys and 1 staff person. This, we would love to move these people into the general fund. If you do not see your way clear to do that now, we ask that you keep and renew their ARPA funding for another year and let us know as soon as possible so that these people aren't waiting until the last minute to know whether their position is funded for another year. Second, we're asking for a reclassification of jobs. We're asking the court to recognize the hard work that these people do, the experience that they have, and not only the experience that they have, but the experience that is required for them to walk in the door. Last, we're asking for a case management software. This is a law office. This is a law firm that services the county. And it is time to have the things that make a law office run efficiently and well. To that end, I'm going to turn things over now to Francisco Zamora.
Before you do, Jenny, on that case management software, at least, I'm not sure how the other commissioners feel, but it was my intention that when we gave the ARPA $2.5 million to Daryl for upgrades, it includes infrastructure, IT technology. Has anybody and if not, I can do it. Has anyone asked him if this would be part of his $2.5 million?
Is that a new $2.5 million or an old $2.5 million?
It's the new one from just a few months ago.
Well, we've been in communication with Daryl.
Okay.
And we're told to wait.
To wait.
See, we could have gotten it earlier and gotten free months of it, but
Yeah.
we were instructed that this was the process, to wait and to go through this process. So, but
Okay,
we've
I'm
been
gonna
in
find
communication.
out.
Okay, that'd be awesome.
Yeah.
Thank you.
And as a reminder, if you have I'm looking for the attachment on the queue, on the high queue. Is it also attached here? I see the Thomson Reuters. I've got all the attachments. Oh, yeah, here it is.
Yes,
It's number 2.
The HiQ is attached
Yeah.
to the budget presentation along with the sole source letter and as also with the quotation and
Yeah.
the contract.
It's the Reuters. I got it.
May it please the court, this
Yes.
is Francisco Zamora speaking on behalf of the County Attorney's Office. What I'm hoping to do today is just generally outline these 3, or talk a little bit more in detail about the 3 items that we have up here on our PowerPoint. And I will be calling up some people from our office that have additional information, can give more background information on some of these requests. First, we would like to talk about our first request, which is keeping the 3 ARPA positions. Regarding keeping the 3 ARPA positions, we currently have 2 attorneys and 1 legal assistant. One of the attorneys is an attorney 3, the other is an attorney 2, and then we have a legal assistant or legal secretary. It's a pay grade or pay group 16-1. Now, the reason why we made the request last year was that we needed help, or we needed somebody to assist with the backlog of CPS cases, in part caused by COVID, but also because of the complexities of CPS cases. As time goes on, the laws related to CPS become more in-depth and more complex, and the cases, even regardless of COVID, they have become they require a lot more time and a lot more expertise. Now, we also have one of our other attorneys who is assisting with ARPA issues. He is consistently assisting with reviewing contracts and communicating many times with Hagerty. Now, we're asking that they be made permanent through the general fund. Alternatively, if they cannot be made permanent through the general fund, we are requesting that ARPA be used again to hire them or to hire them for next year. And we are requesting that this, if ARPA is going to be used, we're hoping that that can be an item on the agenda fairly soon, so that these people that we have here have some sort of, so that they know what's going to be happening in September, on October 1st. Now, again, why are we asking for these positions? Because of the backlog of cases regarding CPS. Very recently, this Honorable Commissioner's Court, the court requests or approved to have 2 courtrooms at County Law 5. And now that we're going to be having 2 courtrooms, that means simultaneous court. That means that we're going to have to be able to allocate our attorneys very carefully when the 2 courts are going on at the same time. So that's why we definitely need these ARPA positions. Cases are more complex than ever. Now, what I would like to do is call up Jeff Schmidt so that he can talk just a little bit about what he's been doing in this position, so he can give a little bit more background information.
And Jeff, will you be able to speak to how we've been doing as far as, obviously, I mean, the backlog of CPS cases? Can you see already a direct result from these funds? Because that's really what it's all about. Is I'm 100% in favor of continuing ARPA, because I already know this budget numbers are not favorable. But my question to you is it working?
I can speak partly to that. I don't do strictly the CPS cases. My counterpart, Jerry D'Alessio, does. In fact, he's not here today because he's actually in court, representing the best interests of these abused and neglected children. He's the one really that can do that more. But from my standpoint, I can tell you this. I do handle some of the CPS cases in addition to my other duties. And what that does, that takes some of the load off of the full-time CPS attorneys that represent CPS. So yes, it is working, and yes, it is helping the backlog. However, with the addition of the extra court, having 2 courts now running simultaneously, that in itself will help the backlog immensely. But a part of what you have to do when you have these 2 courts running simultaneously, you need representation, okay? We need these people here, these attorneys, to help with the representation of these abused and neglected children. That will help the backlog. Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
If it pleases the court, I am Jeff Schmidt. I am one of the 3 ARPA employees that Francisco was talking about. And let me talk first about the legal assistant, okay? Anybody pretty much in any business knows that you're only as good as the help you have, okay? Attorneys aren't any different. We have to have help. We may think we can do it all on our own. We can't, at least not well. We have to have help. And we have Krista Maldonado, who has almost 3 years of experience, who is the ARPA legal assistant, okay? We desperately need her. And speaking to your point, Judge, she does mainly the CPS, assisting the CPS attorneys. So she, in fact, is helping the backlog by helping the attorneys be more efficient, okay? The 2 ARPA attorneys and myself and Jerry D'Alessio, between the 2 of us, we have almost 80 years of experience. He was licensed in 1973. I was licensed in 1992. Well, if you think about it, if you're any kind of a business owner, if you can get employees that have this amount of experience for less than the market value, would you do it? Absolutely. Any good business owner would do that. It's no different than what we do here. It's the same thing. What I do the ARPA stuff. I am the ARPA expert, although I don't consider myself an expert, but that is the main thing that I was hired to do. However, I float around, I do other things too. I help with other legal issues for the court, help research those, make sure that we have the right answers, make sure that we have alternatives. I help to review contracts. I also help outside counsel with matters such as we have certain possible employment issues that come up. I work very closely with outside counsel, more or less as a liaison, helping them get what they need to do their job. In addition to that, I also help with the CPS cases. I have a small caseload of those as well. So like I spoke earlier, that does help the other CPS attorneys as well with some of their caseload. Basically, you know, the ARPA position that I'm in, even though it's called the ARPA position, I do a lot of the ARPA work, and I do the CPS work, but I do other things as well. And that's no different than any other attorney in our office. Every one of the attorneys and staff in our office are cross-trained. They do more than one function. Even though we try to specialize somewhat, we do lots of things. We help each other. We're a team. You don't want to break up a good team. Thank you.
Hi, good morning, Commissioners. My name is Nicole Russell. I am I'm a civil attorney. I've recently become the chief of litigation for the county. I've spoken to you all before on behalf of our child welfare attorneys and on behalf of County Court 5 and Drug Court. We're also involved in all of those issues. I want to thank you for having us present to you this morning, and I want to speak to you a little bit about, particularly about the CPS positions and our civil prosecutors. You may not realize, but our office has prosecutors in it. We're the civil prosecutors. These are the attorneys who are on the actual front lines helping victims, our most vulnerable victims in the county. These are the children who are abused and neglected, and it's so bad that they're removed from their parents. We handle the most exigent and emergency child removals. We also handle cases of domestic violence, where the domestic violence is so bad that they need the legal intervention and they need a court to help them get out of the situation, in addition to our mental commitments that we deal with. Now, the public servants in the county attorney's office are specialized professionals tasked with some of the most important legal work in the county. For example, our CPS attorneys are on the front lines determining whether or not, not determining, but helping the court to determine whether or not a child should be put back in an unsafe situation. When a removal happens, it's an emergency situation. Family and Protective Services takes the child temporarily, and our attorneys have to be ready to go to court within 14 days. That means they have to gather all of the evidence, they have to speak to all of the parties, they have to get all the subpoenas together. If you have any experience with criminal court, you know that process might take years. Our attorneys and our staff members have to be able to turn that around very quickly. Additionally, they have to be ready on a moment's notice to have a mini trial. At that 14-day period, we have what's called an adversarial hearing, where the court hears evidence, they hear from witnesses, they review the record, and we have to go up against some of the most skilled defense attorneys in the county, in the region. And we have to be ready to do that within days. And the expertise that our attorneys bring to those areas is literally what protects children, right? If we're going up against an attorney with 30 years defense experience, it helps having an attorney with 50 years experience in child welfare, or attorneys that are cross-trained who have also done really complex felony work, working on those cases on behalf of the children. This isn't a job that you can come right out of law school and do. It's not. They don't teach these kinds of skills in law school. It only comes with experience and working day in and day out with these cases. I can say without a doubt that the attorneys who work in Nueces County in the child welfare arena are the most knowledgeable and the most skilled attorneys and people who deal in this area of law in all of South Texas. Other counties ask us how to go about child welfare work. And so our attorneys and our staff members, I don't want to leave our staff members out, they work very hard. They're extremely specialized in what they do. I don't know of any other legal secretaries in the county who are drafting petitions and skeleton motions, who are coordinating with court staffs and with dozens of CPS caseworkers and investigators. These staff members and victims, these staff members and our attorneys are worth it. We need to keep these 3 ARPA positions, because without the ARPA positions, without that additional CPS attorney, and Jeff, who also takes CPS cases, I don't know how we could do it. You've heard from Judge McCoy, you've heard from Judge Huerta, you've heard about the increases in CPS cases over the past few years and how it's just getting worse. In fact, unanimously, I was so proud that every one of our commissioners recognized the need in the community and said we do need a second courtroom at County Court 5. But when you have a second courtroom, you have to make sure that the courtroom is staffed, because if we don't have prosecutors on one side of the table, the judge can't do their job and we don't get rid of the backlog. So in closing, I'll just say that thank you for recognizing the hard work that our office has done in the past, and I hope that you continue to recognize it. Thanks.
Thank you.
What I have up here is a slide that we can't see the top up there, but it summarizes the cost of having the 3 ARPA positions. What I did was I just took a snapshot of the documentation that we submitted to the auditor, and I placed it on the bottom. I believe you all could review this later, but it's the numbers are up there. Now, I'm going to move along, and Connie, could you please click on the PowerPoint?
Oh, sorry. When I moved it, it took
Yes.
focus away.
Okay, thank you. The second request that we're requesting is a reclassification of jobs. We're requesting that all of our legal administrative positions be increased or reclassified by, I put by +1. What we mean by that is if we have a legal assistant 1, we're requesting that they be reclassified as a legal assistant 2. If we have an office administrator 2, that they be reclassified as an office administrator 3. This is based on the job responsibilities that they have, the advanced legal work that they do, which involves meeting with victims, preparing and drafting motions, and we're also requesting this to be more competitive. I'm hoping to call up Mary Esther to speak very briefly just on the types of work that our legal assistants do in the office, but I do know that we're running out of time. Mary Esther, could you please speak very briefly on this?
On our legal assistant?
Yes, please.
Good morning. May it
morning.
please the court?
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you. Your Honor, we have legal assistants and commissioners. We have legal assistants in our office that assist the attorneys and are invaluable to the work that the attorneys do. They prepare for our protective order cases. We have one paralegal that handles all the applicants, interviews them, and prepares the affidavit for their pleadings and for the request to the court for the temporary ex parte case. She does all of the pleadings that go with it, getting it ready. She interviews the clients. Her load every week is between 5 to 6 interviews a day with individuals who are asking for our office to help them with protective orders. That is 100 to 120 cases a week. Our office puts out a lot of cases for protective orders, over 500 cases a year we file. If we filed all of the interviews that she does, we would be at 1,440 cases per year that is being handled by one attorney and 2 legal assistants, one that is full-time handling interviews all day long, and Esmer that is handling and assisting the attorney in the trial preparation and interviewing the clients and taking care of the client's daily needs. We have our attorneys that are doing, that are relying on their assistants to calendar, to handle motions, to handle discovery, to meet with victims, to meet with witnesses. Now we have Amani, who also has to rely on someone to help her with the civil mental health commitments, because MHID had someone who used to do that for us, but last year they pulled that. So now our office has the
Tell me what you
obligation.
mean, and tell me what you mean about they pulled that.
They had a person that assisted us with the civil mental health commitments.
Okay.
Her name is Gloria Orona. Ms. Orona would handle the calls through the continuity of care office for mental health warrants. She would bring the applicants in to fill out the application for a civil commitment.
Okay, okay.
And so we lost her. We don't have that anymore. We have to do everything from handling the initial calls for help with mental health commitments and for people that have family members or
And if
know someone.
MHID would restore that, would that be very helpful?
That would be extremely helpful, Your Honor.
Okay.
Because we're doing everything that that person used to do.
To them.
Were we funding that? Was it,
Forgive me, we're having our own little ex parte here.
were we funding that? I
Well,
mean,
MHID gets
Right, I
other
know- yeah,
funding,
I know they get it.
so they're probably not, we're not funding it.
Okay.
We don't fund anything but their diversion. But having said that, that's something that we could ask them to restore.
Yes.
Let me step in here real quick. Our attorney, Amani Daniels, who we are losing to Harris County, I will tell you, and I'm very sad. Our office also handles the scheduling for the courts and helps out the courts in that function as well. So we're not just doing attorney practice, we are assisting the courts to do these things, we're assisting MHID to do their things.
That's correct.
Yeah,
Mary Esther, excuse me, I'm sorry to interrupt you, but
No, sir.
if something like this happens, I think when somebody's assigned to you guys like that, from an agency like MHID, that's been funded, through the hospital district, and I think we need to know, right away so we can try to restore that. Because if it's something that's helping you guys and it's all of a sudden you don't have it, we should know.
and she may have retired, she may have,
But they should have put
I don't
something
know
in.
what happened to
I don't
her.
believe she is retired, Your Honor. I believe she
Okay.
is still
She's
with
still there.
MHID, and I don't know the reason
Got
for
it.
the shift. Mr. Hendricks nor Mr. Davis contacted our office. I don't believe, did they, Jenny?
Well, if it's all right, while Jenny approaches, I am gonna make that inquiry, so I just literally talked, when I walked into the courtroom, you saw me on the phone, I was hanging up with them.
It was a business decision on their part, Judge. We were told that they do not want to perform that function anymore, that they thought it was inappropriate for it to be done from their end. And that's what,
Okay, and that might be the case, but they still need to discuss it
Yeah.
with us, so that maybe we can find an alternate route, because it puts us in a pickle as well.
Thank you.
Yes, it does, because now, in addition to all of her other duties, the attorney that handles the protective orders and the civil mental health commitments is preparing dockets for the court, handling witness preparation, making sure we
Right.
have all the witnesses, talking to the staff at the hospitals to make sure that we have the medical certificates that are required to go forward on a civil commitment.
Right. Well, forgive me for the interruption, but that's a problem that I think has at least a potential solution. Go ahead.
It would help, Your Honor, but we still have so much that our office does. And with Jenny talked about her army, but our army is small. We're all at her beck and call, but we are small.
I understand small armies.
And we represent 48 different departments within the county and elected officials. Plus, we have outside agencies that we represent, because we represent the MPO, as you're aware of. We represent the Nueces County Hospital District. Those are statutory obligations that our office has. As you heard, we represent CPS. We represent the public only in this capacity as for protective orders. And those are obligations that the legislature has bestowed upon our office, but with those obligations, the legislature doesn't provide any funds for us, just the obligation. And so we have to divide whatever resources we can get as efficiently as we can.
Right.
And we have approximately 4 attorneys from our 11 that can help us handle the 49 different Nueces County departments and elected officials.
And I noticed on here, and I'm not rushing you, but I did notice that since you do attend all the hospital district board meetings as well.
I'm
there-
assigned to the hospital district, Your Honor, and that in itself is almost a full-time job.
I would agree, and it also bears noting that they have a full-time lawyer, and they have full-time outside counsel at $850 an hour, or whatever it is that the Houston lawyers cost these days. But the most important thing is that you have a request here to have some reimbursement at $112,000, is that correct?
My salary is reimbursed by the hospital district, Your Honor.
And that, in other words, there's a continual ask for that.
Yes, Your
Yeah.
Honor. The hospital district has been very generous, and they have always reimbursed the salary for whoever is in this position,
Right.
100%. And the hospital district does have other counsel that they retain, but they are not full-time.
Yeah.
They do handle things for them as the need arises and in specialized areas, especially with their Christus Spawn agreement.
And just remind me, it's statutory that we have representative there.
Yes, Your
Yeah.
Honor, the hospital district has the ability to request from the
Right.
county attorney's office for representation.
Exactly. Okay. Okay, just to be sure, when people see that they know that it's, in practice, that's how we have been operating. It's not new.
No, and our obligation to CPS is statutory. Our obligation for the
Correct.
protective orders is statutory. Those are things that we have to do regardless of how many staff members we have and how thinly we have to spread ourselves. We still have those obligations. In addition, the 4 attorneys that we have left over to handle requests from the Commissioner's Court, from the different departments, also handle PIA requests. So far this year, we're up to 170 PIA requests.
Don't I know?
And those are voluminous sometimes. They take time. Alexandra has a great handle on that law. But when she is pulled away from PIA requests, we can't ask her for advisories. We can't ask her for research. We can't ask her to help us review contracts. So sometimes we are down to myself and Mr. Brown handling contracts. We always try to be as quick to respond to the commissioners and to yourself as we can, but the volume that we handle on a daily basis sometimes causes us to lag behind, but we try and do the very best we can. Now, the district attorney's office received reclassifications last year. Our office did not. Our office has attorneys with the same experience and possibly more experience than they have.
Correct.
But we did not receive that.
Understood.
And we are asking for it this year. And I know that this court faces so many requests. And our office probably sees the burdens that this court faces before other departments. However, Your Honor, when a parent sets its dinner table, regardless of how meager their resources, they serve for all of their children. No one can be left out. And we're not asking for any special treatment. We're just asking for equal treatment.
Understood.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay. Francisco, in the time that we have left, the high Q software is your remaining? And it's,
We had additional information regarding reclassification of jobs. We have the power, I was going to explain a little bit about Corn Ferry. We used Corn Ferry in our analysis, but that's maybe a little bit time consuming. I can summarize all of it probably with this one picture right here. The way that Corn Ferry works, we know we had a 2020 study here with Commissioner's Court, or that was approved by the county in 2020 by Corn Ferry. These are a proprietary system. And what we did here was we showed the 16th, 17th, and 19th Korn Ferry grading system. Basically, Korn Ferry uses a proprietary method where they normalize data throughout, through other places, and they categorize people. So what we have here in yellow up there is attorney twos. Up in purple, or the next one's attorney threes, and then our chiefs are 19 in the blue area. And we put little dots and circles and to show where our salaries are. You can see 3 red lines up there. The very bottom red line, that 25% means that with that line, what you have is that means that that's the 25th percentile, or that means that everyone's receives less than 25% of market value. So somebody in, for example, in an attorney 3 position, whether they be in another government or probably in the private sector, given their skills, their knowledge, their education, experience, training, they would probably be making more, or they would be making more. They would probably be at least in the 25th percentile. So that's the main part of Korn Ferry. This, I think it's very helpful to look at. And then we're just also hoping to just go over the pay scales. So our pay scales or we have groups. We have 35 through 44, and we're hoping we know we have the county personnel manual. It has sections in here. We don't really have to review these right now, but it has to do with why we have pay groups, right? So in summary, we have pay groups because it offers transparency. It offers a way to normalize the salaries. And what we have here is after last year, these are the pay groups for the felony or for the district attorney, positions. And then in our office, we actually only have 3 types of, we have 4 classifications: attorney 2, attorney 3, attorney 5, and then our chiefs. I'm hoping that I believe he's the last person we're hoping to speak is Matt Dennis. Of course. Call Matt.
May it please the court, I'll be very, very brief.
Yes, sir.
My name is Matt. I'm born and raised here in Corpus. I'm the starting midfielder for the courthouse soccer team. I met my wife here at the courthouse, and we got married at the courthouse. I worked with legal aid, the DA's office. I'm now at the county attorney's office at the litigation department. We got a county of 400,000 people, and we have a litigation team of about 2 attorneys with no support staff. So we are a very small army that likes to fight. But having said that, we handle civil suits against the jail and federal court, state court suits against jailers. We represent people in the courthouse, whether it be a constable who gets in a weird bind or even a court reporter. We've won on dispositive motions, Rule 91As, pleas of jurisdictions, 12B6s in federal court, motions for summary judgment. We also provide legal assistance with things like the Game Room Project, contract disputes. Whenever Alan Cazada has to go execute a writ and someone throws a fit, we're there to give him legal advice. And we work a lot with outside counsel to really facilitate what they need to do. We have one case where we have about 150 requests for productions, and we have to coordinate with our outside counsel to get them everything they need to protect the county. Just to give you an idea of something as an attorney too that I did, or that our office did, we had a bill review case where when we got to it, the newspaper was celebrating the victory of our opponent in court. So not when you want to get it. And we were basically able, with our office and our resources, to mount a defense where we saved the county, at least in back pay, about $260,000. And so those are the kind of results that we are really proud of, that we really are glad that resources get to stay here to help in any projects that the county deems, especially when we can serve the county in that way. And thank you so much for your time.
Thank you. If you'd like, when IT comes this afternoon, if one of you would come down just in the interest of time, we could tackle the software at that time with IT, because you're never going to get an argument from me that management software as a lawyer is not absolutely positively needed. I'm just wanting to dive into the, it's a $60,000 commitment. I think it's a $5,600 per month.
Yes, correct,
But
Your
my
Honor.
question is more technical. Is that a one-time licensing fee and then you pay every year subsequently $60,000, or is that the?
That's correct, Your Honor.
Yeah,
And
so it's like a Westlaw. It's going to be a continual case management software price point per month.
Correct, Your Honor. It is part of Thomson Reuters. It is,
Right.
it's not, I mean, it works in conjunction with Westlaw.
Correct, I'm
So-
familiar. Okay, so with that, I'm gonna pose that to Daryl, because honestly, that is something that should not come out of your pocket. That's kind of how I see it. It's support in IT, and it needs to be, that's how I would, if you were Dale, I'd look over and say, right, Dale? So let's dive into the software so that it does not punish you here in this ask, but rather gets maybe thrown into I can tell you for sure for a year, and then we gotta figure out how to maintain it and sustain it.
And Your Honor, are you asking that we come back in the afternoon to
Not
discuss?
the whole crew.
Okay.
We'd like
Or-
for
or
you
just-
to.
Or just, I can come this
Yeah,
afternoon.
Yeah, that'd be
Yes.
great. And I
Yes, Your Honor.
I don't have it. I just feel like, that would be the best use of time.
Yes, I can do the third request in the afternoon.
That'd be great.
Now, as Matt was talking, so he mentioned all of the types of work that he does. He is an attorney too, and the attorney two up here is actually a 32 pay grade. It's a 32 pay scale, which means that it's the same as a misdemeanor two at the DA's office, which requires 1 year of experience. The attorney two position, of course, has all sorts of job requirements, including being able to do 1983 litigation, federal court, I believe Fifth Circuit as well. So it has all sorts of requirements and requires a lot of experience and expertise, and there's a lot of specialization. We have our attorney threes are 33s, our attorney fives are 35, and our chiefs are 40. Now, what we're requesting right now is just equality to be equal with the D's office, so that would be everyone moving down two, moving up 2 pay grades. Now, so it would look something like this. Now, Jenny has another request here that she's hoping to explain in a little bit more detail.
And do you have is that the $200,000 adjustment that I see for those
The-
reclasses?
The reclassification, is that the 200 or?
Is it 275? Hold on one second. I gotta pull the right one here.
It's a little less than that.
I get 167. 167.
That sounds correct.
606.
We're requesting, and we started out requesting this, we're requesting it again. We want to reclassify Francisco Zamora's position as first assistant. That was set up initially when we started to have 2 co-equal chief of litigation and chief of administration. I find that it is much more efficient to have a clear and distinct chain of command, and we have been functioning that way. Mr. Zamora has performed all the functions and continues to perform all the functions of a first assistant, and we want him to be recognized for that. In my absence, he performs every function that I am able to perform, and he does it very well. And as you have seen on many, many occasions. And so that is something that we are asking. We're not even asking to bring him up to the same pay grade as the first assistant at the district attorney's office, but to bring him up and recognize the functions that he has given to the county. And he has given to the county at a pay cut to himself to come here to work with the county.
I mean, no argument here. Look, the bottom line is, I'm trying to sort through this because we have so many papers here, we've got to get to Homer, but what I'm showing for new personnel is 338,186. And then, of course, I see,
Your Honor, if I may.
yeah, if you could help me there.
The 300 is that's including all of the ARPA positions.
That's
or
what I
turning all
wondered.
of the ARPA positions
Okay.
into full positions. And we saw earlier that the ARPA positions would be
204.
204.
Right.
Ish, so if you were to deduct 204.
I'm with you
yes.
now. That makes so much more sense to me. Okay, thank you for that. And I will go through and look, as presentations go, it always shocks me. So I'm giving everybody a warning, whoever's listening in Big Brother land, that people don't come and advocate for themselves. Like, what is that about? I mean, last year, you might remember that the commission made every department come. This year, we didn't do that. I think we plumb forgot, but it makes better sense that if you care, to advocate as a leader for your team, that you should come and advocate. And then when the team can come to support the leader, that's always very helpful, because then you hear from the individuals. And I would just say that, as I would expect, and as is proper, and as is by training and your experience, you do a marvelous job of advocating. That is your skill. That is your craft. Well done. And to Mary Esther, who probably gave the most impassioned argument about food at the table, I would just say that I would invite you back, either virtually, when we discuss the actual preliminary totals, because I would like to ask your guidance and your help. What happens when there is no food to divide? Because that's what's going to happen this year. That is exactly my prediction of what's going to happen. And you're not in a situation where a parent doesn't want to be equitable. You're in a situation where a parent has no food. And that is exactly what happens when we have a 12-year plus of not adjusting salaries. And I want to thank you for bringing that Korn Ferry study up again, because that is what we should have been focused on for the past decade, is the fact that if you move everybody out of that 25% to that 50% range, guess what? You're still 50% below market value. We're trying to get to the ridiculous, which is 50% of the market value, and we haven't been able to do it. But you are not, while you are unique, you are not unique in this way. It is in every single department in this county. And with your help and patience, you help us focus on those areas that just must focus on. And so I think you did a great job of that today. And it certainly, for mine, just my own purposes, extremely helpful to remind the court that it's not about the civil only. And I thought that's what you did really well.
Thank you, Judge, and I do want to address that. Why to our office? You're deciding where to put your dollars. Commissioners, I suggest that when you're deciding where to put your dollars, you put them between the victim of domestic violence and her abuser. I'm suggesting that you put the dollars between the child and the crack addict parent. That's what we're doing.
Yeah. That's what I think you did really well today. And not that the civil isn't our life. We live in the civil here. But I just thought that it merited, and Homer's going to be so quick because he has no asks at all. He doesn't mind the time loss. But anyway, I'm just joking, Homer, but you are on deck. Francisco, we'll see you back this afternoon.
And if, Your Honor, if I may just
Yes.
go over just some numbers.
Real
in
quick,
1 minute. I just want to show that we do have a $100,000 grant with CPS that I believe it should be renewed in 2025.
Yes.
So we do get reimbursed $100,000. We would like for y'all to consider that. We also want to point out that, so these are our requests. The top part, I labeled them as ARPA just to show if they were through ARPA, that would be deducted. I also wanted to account for that we do receive $100,000. And the last part is, regarding the Attorney 5, if it is increased, if the pay scale is increased, the hospital district does reimburse that money. They currently did, for last year, they reimbursed approximately, I believe it's $112,000, because that's what they do. They will, if it is increased, the hospital district will reimburse that. So if the Attorney 5 is increased, there will be no fiscal impact to the county. That's.
Mary Esther, would the board have to agree to that, however?
Your Honor, we have a governing board.
I have an answer to that
Yeah,
question.
go ahead.
So they budget a certain amount of money, which this increase falls within
That's what I want to know.
budgeted amount.
Because
So,
I'll
yes.
hear about it if not. Okay, that's all I
Yes,
needed to know.
And yes, and
Teresa wants to say something. Yes, ma'am?
Hello?
Yes, ma'am.
As far as the software?
Yes,
we can
thank you.
If IT doesn't work out, those funds, year one can go to capital outlay, but then each year after that, because it's a 5-year deal,
I
would
saw
have
it.
to be budgeted in IT or their department.
Got it. Let's just make some notes on that software piece of it. Okay.
and thank you for it.
Thank you for, I know how much that takes to put that excellent PowerPoint together, as they say.
Thank you, guys
Appreciate it.
and girls.
And Homer, you will be next, and all I need to do is make the announcement that the next department is, why can't I get it here? Let's see.
Disconnect you officially so we don't disrupt it.
It's 3480, right? Yeah, 3480. 3480 and 3490 and 3492. And you may begin whenever you'd like.
Thank you, Judge, Commissioners. Good to see you.
To see you.
This will be brief, and I certainly don't mind giving up some of my time to County Attorney's Office. Just to let you know, we obviously work close with them when it comes to some of our litigation cases. They've helped us out tremendously, and I see the amount of work that they do on a daily basis with regard to the CPS cases. So I don't mind at all. My request today was presented before the Juvenile Board last week. They've approved the request and have allowed me to present the same request to the Commissioners Court today. So bottom line, Commissioners, Judge, I'm asking for a 10.8% increase in salary for our juvenile supervision officers in both the pre-adjudication facility, which is $34.90, and our post-adjudication facilities, in the total amount of $213,000. Just to remind you, our juvenile supervision officers are the staff that are on the floor every day, 24 hours a day, whether it's in detention, bringing kids in. First of all, obviously, working with the police, making sure this kids can be detained. If they are, they do the necessary work to get them prepared to go into their rooms. The next day, they are monitoring the kids all day, whether it's at school or showers or bedtime. On our post-adjudication side, there is a bit more programming in place, but these supervision officers are the ones that are there 24/7. They do not get to go home during emergencies as they stayed, just like the jailers did. They are our frontline staff who are with our kids and probably know the kids better than a lot of our probation officers. So these are the personnel that I'm asking or requesting the increase in salary. Over the last 2 years, we have had a 139% turnover rate in our facilities. Our hourly rate are lower than the regional average and even more so compared to the state average. And I do believe that the salary is a contributing factor to our turnover rate. So some of the figures you have there before you really consist of both southern counties and also counties of like size. I thought it important to include that as well because not all the southern counties have facilities, and those that have facilities are not all our size. Some are obviously bigger. The average hourly rate is $17.60 for a juvenile supervision officer compared to Nueces County rate of $15.52. For a supervisor on this, in that same area, it is $20.41, and Nueces County is $17.54 respectively. So I'm requesting that we bring our JSO staff up to a rate of $17.20 and $19.43 respectively. This is a one-step increase for the regular line supervision officer and a two-step increase for the supervisors. Looking at it from another perspective, and you don't have these data in front of you because of the fact that I got these from the state, which they compiled after submitting the data to you. But in short, our state with regard to probation departments is divided into 7 regions. Obviously, we're the southern region. The South region JSO salary is the lowest in the state, the average that is, and that is at $34,015, with the highest, just for comparison purposes, at North Texas at $49,656. So the Nueces County current rate at $15.52 equates to a salary of $32,281. So we are currently the lowest of the lowest average. The proposed hourly rate of $17.20 equates to $35,776, which brings us just above the South Region's hourly average. Please keep in mind, I'm not trying to be the highest paid in the state or even in the region. I'm trying to move the needle closer to the middle of our bell curve. And this is where we would put it, at right before the average or at the average. If you have any questions, I'd be happy to.
How long do you
address.
think we've been the lowest?
Oh, we've been the lowest since my tenure, which is at least 15 years.
Yeah. Okay.
I'm not saying as a result of my tenure.
No,
I'm
of
just
course
saying it's
not. I did
because-
not make that connection either. Just wanted to make sure.
I just wanted to clarify.
Homer,
'Cause
Homer,
we-
Yes,
excuse me. I think, I used to work for Nueces County as an hourly employee.
yes, definitely.
And I feel your pain and the employees' pain. I know what they're going through. I went through it. Okay, every time I got a raise, it amounted to a quarter, you know. But I know we can do this if we just take a good look at our budgets and spend our money wisely.
Sure.
Okay, it can be done. It can be done. So, you know, I feel for you guys, and I do want to help as much as I can.
And I appreciate that. And I don't know, for those of you who know me now, I tend to be rather prudent in some of my requests. I feel very comfortable in this request because I know that I'm asking for our staff that work with these kids on a daily basis.
And so, Homer, this staff, are they required to have any kind of education, or any kind of a degree, or any kind of what?
The staff that I'm requesting do not require a degree, but there is a certification process and training that needs to be completed before being able to supervise kids. That's originally 60 hours and then ongoing every 40 hours ongoing every other year. So there are requirements that need to be met.
But the base pay is, it's what it is right here, right? I mean, that's the base pay, that's what they get per hour, right?
Yes, sir.
So, do they also, when we do the increase across the board, do they get the increase?
Yes, they do.
They do. So we're talking about people, them, but not only them, but they're gonna get the 17 or 19, but those that are coming in, you know, to me, 15 is real low, but at least those that are coming in after them will actually have a good salary also by doing 17 or 19, right?
They would, well, hopefully they would start at the proposed rate, yes.
Yeah, you're saying that he would move them from 15, his proposal is to move
Right.
them from 15. Nobody would get lower than
And
than
17 or
17.
19.
Correct.
And you might remember that in 2019, it was actually lower. We moved it in 2019.
Right.
Yes.
Remember that.
Yes, that's right.
So that was the first move, was in 2019. Okay, Homer, you might just mention that at the Board of Judges, the juvenile, not the Board of Judges, but the juvenile board, which is made up of judges, you might mention our action there.
Oh, yes, as I thought I had.
I'm sorry.
Yes, the Board of I'm sorry, now you got me. The Juvenile Board last Thursday did approve this request, and also approved for me to come before the Commissioners Court.
Yeah, you said at the beginning. The
And it was-
1901, what's the salary there? You said 17 is 35,000. What is the 19?
That, I can get you in a couple of seconds here, or Deanna can.
Oh, you can get to me later, I guess. I just need to know the difference.
36,483 for a 19-1.
36? 43?
36,483.20.
Okay, thank you very much, appreciate it. Seems like everybody just started 19. Okay, very good. You're doing a good job out there, Homer, appreciate it.
Thank you, Commissioner.
Homer, anything else for us? I know that was the big one.
No,
Okay. Well, then, we did use the time wisely, as you
Yes.
said. So, okay, again, I don't think the argument is whether it's meritorious.
no, and I understand y'all's position as well. Thank you.
so much.
Thank you, Homer.
Yes, sir.
So at this time, the next one, I'm not sure they're here, so let me pull back and. We're supposed to hear from the county library system. Ida? It's a little early. It's not till 10 o'clock. We can take there's nobody online, commissioner-wise, so we can take a little 10-minute break, use the bathroom or whatever we want to do, and come back. But maybe call her. I'm sure she's coming from Robstown. So we'll be back here at, just like the schedule says. By the way, if she gets here, quickly, we'll be happy to come back and save time, okay? 10 o'clock. And let's go ahead and put the DA on notice that we're running faster. And so that way, they should be in the courtroom by 10:30.
There she is.
And here she is. Perfect timing.
Oh, we were gonna get a break.
You cost us a donut. It's all right. You know what? Let's get her a chance to organize, right? We'll go ahead and take the break because the gentlemen are up already. Well, these other guys. Are 6310 and
Yes, ma'am.
0150. And so let me turn to that. And you've got something that Connie needs to put up, or no?
Yes, the infographics, we had a little infographics that had a little bit of information, and I'm not gonna touch base on everything, but just a few items.
You go ahead.
And what I wanted to touch base on is that since I've been here for 15 years, we have been very fortunate that every year we have to submit reports to the Texas State Library and Archives Commission, and we have been accredited for the past 15 years. And that entails a lot of statistics to the Texas State Libraries, and in order for us to apply for our grants, we have to be accredited. And the past 2 years had been very difficult, well, probably 2.5, going on our third year since COVID, because they changed the guidelines of how we did the statistics. And so we did a lot of paperwork, and we had to redo the paperwork over again this year because they changed the guidelines in the middle of the year. And so, but I'm very happy to say that we did apply for many grants, and we did receive 3. And last year, we received $55,500 worth of grants because of our accreditation, and they were from Texas State Libraries. We had a lot of programming, and we also had a lot of circulated items, 65,500. We had over 127,428 visits to our Wi-Fi at the library, and that's inside and on the outside perimeter. And we have been working with IT because they're trying to expand the Wi-Fi on the outside because we do have a lot of people using the Wi-Fi capability. And people who follow us on social media, we're up 10%. So we have almost 6,000 people that are visiting us on our social media sites. And we also got some news last week, and Crystal and Veronica had applied for a grant, and we were notified that we're currently at the top 9 out of 14, and we will be notified at the end of July. If we do receive the grant, it'll be for about $10,000, and it is for the Texas Reads grant. And so we'll let y'all know in July, August, if we do make the cut.
That's great.
And so I will begin now by going over our personnel request for Department 6310, which I was, first of all, I want to say thank you very much for giving me the opportunity to come before the Commissioners Court. I couldn't do this without the support of the judge and the commissioners. And I would also like to say thank you to Dale and Lisa, because they were very helpful. And I did go and meet with them to talk about the budget and see where we were at and how I could do it to best meet the needs for my department. And this proposal is very important this year because I have a lot of needs. And the first thing that I want to go over is our computer specialist. And this position is for David Garcia, and he's been with my department since about 2014. And he's currently at a 22. And I spoke to Julie Guerra yesterday, and this position should be classified as a 25, and I think I put down 27 because I thought it was supposed to be 27, but she said 48,048 is the proper coding for that microcomputer specialist that I would like for him to be submitted for this fiscal year. And I think that this is the 4th time I bring it to Commissioners Court. When the IT department reclassified all their department, he had been in the IT department, but they moved him over to mine. And he did not get the raise. So I've been still coming back every year. So I'm hoping that this fiscal year, he will be able to, regain his salary back to what it's supposed to be, at the rate that everybody else that's a computer specialist should be getting.
And I have a question on that.
Yes, ma'am.
So he was in IT
And he transferred him to my department.
and he transferred
Before they got
before.
the raise.
And then they got the raise
And my staff did not.
and he's doing IT work
The same thing.
exclusively.
Exclusive.
See, that to me is like a violation of our policy. We've got to look at that. That can't be right,
My question to Ida, when
right?
I said, how did, if he was still under IT, how did that happen? I mean,
And what they did is he called me like 2-3 weeks before and told me, Ida, because he had always been in the IT department, but he was stationed at the library. So he had called me, this was Mike Biddle, and he asked me to change, that if I wanted the FTE in my department, so I said, I didn't have a problem with it, I said, okay. So they
but this was
changed him to
under
my
the last IT person.
Yes. And so he was in the department for IT.
Sure.
And then about 3-4 weeks later, I see it coming to Commissioner's Court. And so, I mean, I was stunned. And I said, if I would have known that I was gonna do him an injustice, I would have said no.
And this has been, like, what year?
Probably about 5 or 6 years ago.
Okay, so just something to look into for us.
And I brought it before.
And I know
and
it
then
has
after.
been, but like sometimes it sticks out like a sore thumb and
know.
it's sticking out like a sore thumb right now to me.
And so I just feel like it's something that, I mean, I'm gonna be diligent and just continue until, I just feel like he deserves, especially now that, he also is overseeing the law library. And we've never had as much technology as we do now. He has to go to Bishop, he comes to the library, we've got all this technology, all the databases. And I think I gave you all the documentation of everything he's been doing since he came on board, that the list has expanded. And also I have to say that we're also doing Granicus. And so Crystal and him are the ones that are in charge of Granicus for our department. So anything that we have to do for our website, Crystal and him get together and they have to make changes once, twice, 3 times a week because they have to update it. And I mean, so anybody that knows, and they're not webmasters, but they've learned. Crystal is one of the ones, her and Veronica and David especially, they're the ones that do everything having to do with Granicus. We were on board from the very beginning, and they're the ones that have always communicated with the people from Granicus to do the website.
Correct. Okay.
And so anyway, I'll get on to my second position, and this is Veronica, which is the Technical Youth Services. Currently, she's the Youth Services, and when we moved to the library, the law library, I moved Jeannie from the Keach library, and she became the law librarian. So Veronica became the Youth Services librarian. But she was 2 semesters short of getting her degree, so we had to bump her down from the Technical Services librarian to a Youth Services specialist. So she does have a master's degree now, she is accredited, and she has a master's degree 2 years ago. And so I want for her to go from what the original position was at 26, and she's currently at 20. So she has a master's degree. And then the third position is for the community outreach librarian, which is the position that I am going to have for both the Horace Caldwell Pier and the Bishop Branch, the London, the Driscoll area, the Colonias, anywhere in Petro. So it's going to be a position for not just the Horace Caldwell Pier, since we will be beginning that project in August, September, before the fiscal year. We really need another librarian because my current staff can't handle, doing that project and doing everybody else out there in the southern area. And so, I'm really hoping that this position comes. And I did speak to Scott Cross, and when I spoke to Dell, and Scott Cross said he was willing to do a 30%, either 20, 25, 30% from his budget, and the rest would be county.
Okay.
So, I mean, I know Dale and I were talking, and we had a discussion, and so we communicated back and forth, and he sent me an email, and I forwarded it to Dale, so we do have some kind of understanding that we'll probably put on the table for the county to figure out.
Okay.
And then I also have my librarians, which is, Crystal is one that, when I first hired my first librarian, the positions were all non-exempt. But now they are all, I would like to get them all to be exempt positions because they're all doing the supervisory positions and they're doing a lot of work that entails them assisting me, and that's a position that can't be exempt. And so I had talked to Julie and she said, well, you bring it once, you have to bring them all. So I'm gonna bring all of them to the table to where from now on, all my librarians and my IT person all become exempt. And then the last one was for my position, that I also asked for a raise from a 32 to a 37, which is from 73 to 84,000. And this is something that I really contemplated, because the first primary is solely for my staff. And that's one thing that I've always, I want my staff to get paid, and I just made it out of principle to be recognized that, you know, we are doing above and beyond what we're supposed to be doing, but it's a part of the job. You know, we get new departments, we get more staff, we get more work. Since COVID, my staff has been doing a lot of, especially, you know, at the both libraries, here at the Law Library and at the Keach Library, they were doing a lot of Zoom, and right now they're helping with ARPA. So we've got a lot of people that are doing the ARPA, which is to pay for the mortgage, and I think I added all the documentation in your packet. And they're doing mortgage, rentals, or mortgage, insurance, taxes, and utilities. And so sometimes my staff have to be up there with the patrons for 1, 2, 3 hours because they are not sufficiently, you know, knowing how to do computers, so they've got to be sitting by their side. So I think we've been helping 25, 30, maybe 40 people now in the past 6 to 8 weeks. Yeah. So that's a different topic that we've been working on. And any questions on my positions?
I don't have a question on the positions.
Yes, sir.
And it's not very budget workshop related, but just in thinking and looking at this, do we refer to ourselves as the county library system?
No.
Because it's not really just a county library. It's not Keach anymore.
No, it's
Bishop.
public
And now we're
libraries, Nueces
talking
County
about-
Public Libraries,
Public libraries, okay. So it is that, it just doesn't show that as our department name.
yes.
Okay. Now, I was gonna ask you about that, how that island position was going. So I'm glad to hear that it's,
Well, I'm hoping
It's
that
moving
everything
along.
turns out good, because we've been working really hard. I mean, we've been working, and that's what I was gonna mention as well. We've been meeting with Ida and Belinda, Scott Cross, Daryl from IT, and Michael Robinson, and they've been very helpful. Romeo and Franny have been very helpful trying to get everything that we need to get started in August. So we're just doing the best. My staff already has everything ready. They've got the curriculum ready to go.
and I appreciate, I know, on top of everything else, your social media presence. That's the way I keep updated. I know y'all are really good. Y'all are one of the best departments in the counties that we have as far as keeping us updated and inviting us to events, and sometimes we can make it, or at least send our staff, but at least we're aware of what's going on.
Thank you.
And so I hope that we can get that, more departments to kind of follow y'all's lead on that. But I did have a question that I don't see related here on this item, but you have a security guard there at the library, right?
Yes.
But that security guard is not an armed security guard.
No.
I would really like to, I know that there's a difference in whatever commission and non-commission, and it may not be feasible to add a law enforcement member there, but if we could at least pay the few dollars more an hour that it is, and include that into our budget to have an armed guard, that's a very, I mean, I'm not a law enforcement, but I feel it's a very soft target area, and thankfully, I mean, we have city police and constables' offices right down the road from y'all, literally. But still, that
never
one
close
armed
enough.
guard would be nice. I think a sense of comfort, especially as more people are gonna go and look and using that into the summer. And that would be something I would be willing to finance now, Judge, out of my own budget.
Yeah.
For at least the Keach Library, because it is such a heavily trafficked area, and it's such a unique position being there at the crossroads,
Yes.
that I think it does get that volume of people coming in and out. And so I mean, I would be willing to cover that till the end of this fiscal year out of my budget, whatever difference it is, right? The dollar amount difference. So the $3 or $4, however much it is, an hour to have an armed guard there throughout. And then if we can put that in the ask maybe
Okay.
for the new fiscal year. But I just think that that's so important considering everything that we've had happen.
And we do have one that we saved the majority of the main hours for the summer because we are the busiest, and I think last week we had about 75 to 100, and how many in one day, the first day of the summer reading? We had like over 100 people on the, they all wanted to take pictures with our rainbow fish, and he came in late. So they had to change it to the hours to later. But we had people lined up before 9 o'clock, before we even opened, because they wanted to, come into our summer reading program. So we do get a lot of people in the summer, especially when they know we have bigger events. And that would really help, because we do have a security guard right now. And, I mean, I really think that would work.
I'd like to work on that immediately, so
Thank you.
I'm assuming that's what Teresa's writing down, but if maybe she can help me so we can get that at our next, if there's action that the court has to take to authorize that at maybe our next meeting, but I'd like to see a person, like, you need to contact the security company immediately.
And I'll
let
contact
them know
Michael
what
I was
Roberts.
gonna
our-
say-
think
What our expectation is
Michael.
to change by the, when's our next meeting, the
22nd.
22nd, so maybe 22nd, 23rd.
Okay.
Immediately start with the armed guard.
Okay,
Or maybe you can work it out now, and then we just work out the numbers to pay the
okay.
The difference, that's what I
difference
would
to
do.
make up for it, rather than even wait 2 weeks. 2 weeks is waiting just too much.
Okay, and Michael Robinson is the one that works on the contract, so I guess we can communicate with him as well.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
And I guess I can move on to my line item budget. And for my line item budget for Department 6310, we did have a few items. I have been with the county for 15 years, and I have never received a department head allowance for a vehicle. So I'm hoping that this year I can receive the allowance for, and I spoke to Dale, and he told me that he wished he would have known that I wasn't getting it, and he could have worked with me, but I'm putting it in the budget for this fiscal year to get a department head allowance, car allowance. And then I did ask, and I know I've been working with Teresa and the judge for $5,000 for Horace Caldwell Pierce STEM technology and funding for arts and crafts. And so we're working together with them to see if we're gonna be able to do that this fiscal year and not have to wait till September and October. So we're still working together with the judge and Teresa to see if we're gonna be able to get that. And we may be able to remove that from my budget. And then I did ask for gas and maintenance for the lease vehicle, because I am going to be asking for a lease vehicle for the library, since we will have to be traveling to the Horace Caldwell Pier, and my staff does have to travel from the library to Bishop and the surrounding areas, and that would help a lot if one of my staff could get a vehicle. And I think it's in the works. I know Scott Cross had told me that he was gonna be getting 3 vehicles, and he would promise to, if he got one first, he would give me one of his, and then vice versa. So we're working with Scott as well with that. And then for my buildings and grounds, I did ask for an additional $10,000 for buildings and grounds. I have been having problems with submitting work orders and getting these requests done for my department. In the 3 to 5 years, since I moved to the new building 15 years ago, we did order receptacles, trash cans for the exterior grounds, because my staff was having problems when he's cleaning out there with Pampers and stuff. So at least now we have those receptacles that we've had outside, but they've been there, and we ordered the very good ones for exterior, for the outside grounds, and they need to be replaced. So they are very expensive, about $1,500 to $2,000 each. And also some other additional items that we need in the building that we have been requesting that we have not gotten during the year. And I did communicate with Mr. Juan Pimentel, and I let him know that this was gonna be on the department, and he just said, okay. So he knew that I was putting this in my budget. So it's in Department 5260 for buildings and grounds. And then on automation for 5300, I did ask for an additional $10,000 because, and I did communicate with Gerald, and I let him know that our automation, our TLC automation is getting an upgrade, and it's $4,999, so we will now be on the cloud for services. And I did attach the little item on the agenda that says what it's for. And Daryl said it was okay to go ahead and put it through, and it is a sole source item. And so that is for the 5300. And then for 5311, this year we will have to be paying for our Granicus hosting fees, $1,000. So that's in Department 5300. And then also for the lease vehicle, about $14,400 in 5410. And then also for mileage, I did ask for additional $500 just in case we do not get a vehicle and we need one to be traveling to the Horace Caldwell Pier and beyond for an additional $500. And for capital outlay, this is something that we're struggling at the present time because we have not received computers for our patrons, and we have over 35 computers. And these computers, we got them when my staff, Laura Chapa, was here. She had applied for 3 years in a row. We got $75,000 a year for $225,000. And in those years, we received 35 to 40 computers plus iPads and a lot of equipment and including software. And those were about 8 or 9 years ago. So it is time to get those computers removed because they're slowing down. They don't have the capability anymore. The patrons are complaining and we tell them, I'm sorry, we're putting it in our budget. So, I know I put a big number out there, 35,000 computers, but, if Daryl can work with us and get us only what we need, because nothing has to be saved on there. We have deep freeze on there. We have all this automation on the computers to where the patrons cannot save anything on the computers. If they want to type something, they want to work on Workforce or whatever they have to do, they have to save it to a thumb drive or send it to their email. So it's just a basic computer. And so we need some for our library and we need some also for Bishop. So this is probably about 35 computers that we're going to be needing for capital. And then for non-capital items, roughly about $5,000 additional funds for Bishop, library needs, children's tables and chairs, 2 bookshelves for the Bishop Library since they like to display the children books, so we want to work on that. And Keach Family Library also needs about 2 shelves for displaying the adult and children's books as well. And I don't think I put it on my list, but we did need furniture for our multipurpose room, and I put it in last year's budget, but I forgot to add it to my budget for this year. But our multipurpose room has exceeded the life of the furniture in there, and it's already, the tables are already getting very wobbly and they need to be replaced. So I think that was all for my budget for 6310. Any questions on my line item budget?
I'm sorry, I stepped out probably when you were talking about the power washing, but,
Oh, yes, sir.
that's just,
That's normal.
calm, okay, I'll help you, We've done some restriping the parking lot, made it look nice and just orderly, and so that's something that I think that we can cover quick,
Okay.
rather than going through even Public Works if they're not available, and we know they're limited, so someone we can get in at a reasonable price, get in and out quickly. So
And
I'll
my
work
sta-
with you on that. and
My staff did
Teresa.
they did buy him a small one that he can clean the exterior of the lower part, but it's the higher part, like in the exterior, in the north wall, it goes all the way to the top. And, they have to hire somebody to go because they have to get on scaffolding and some of that and what I used to do before is I would rotate it every 2-3 years. Okay, the north and south, or the north and east, and the west and south the next day, or whatever. And it just hasn't been done. So when I talked to the judge, I told her the same thing. We just like to rotate. So I don't ask for things, everything in 1 year in a row. I always rotate, but we hadn't gotten it, so that's why I decided to put it on my budget. So,
But I thought you said Public Works was gonna power wash.
well, we heard that there's a PO floating somewhere, but it hasn't been done yet. So it's still, I think, in the works. Nobody has contacted us. And I think
Maybe
Jacqueline.
Commissioner can find out.
Yeah, I'll find out again this week, because I think Jacqueline
let me know.
tried and contacted the Public Works, and I don't think they responded.
Reach out to them and include me and Priscilla on the
Okay.
email, and we'll.
I'll
Yeah,
send you-
document it all, always
Teresa.
email it.
Yeah, we do. So
You don't have a
I'll
PO,
send you.
Teresa? There's no PO requested?
I have not seen one,
No.
Commissioner, but I'm not absolutely sure.
I'm just asking, so you'd be the one to know. Okay. Always go to Teresa.
And on the STEM technology, Teresa, on the STEM technology, I don't have it in front of me, but there was a request, I think, that we talked about, and you did think that I did have the funds to be able to make that happen.
But not in the COs, right?
Yet, well, it depends what it is.
Because she said it was for crafts, not
Well, I thought it was for technology.
STEM, some of it, it's gonna be about 4,500 for STEM and 500 for arts and
Yeah,
crafts.
just the STEM piece of it. I don't know. Anyway, just look into
We'll
it.
verify.
Yeah, we'll verify it. Not for the arts and crafts, but for the actual technology piece of it.
Anything else on 6310, Judge?
I just wanted to know from the auditor, do all department heads have a car allowance?
I'm not 100% sure.
Seem-
I'm not 100%
that's
sure.
something
I'd
to
have
just
look at.
Maybe
Uh,
make a quick note.
Yeah, I'll get with Lisa and Dale and we'll see. Which
That'd be
ones go.
great.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Anything else on that budget on that line item?
Not
Okay.
6310, but 0150?
Yeah, let's go to that one.
Okay, and for 0150, Judge, I'd like to say thank you very much for giving me the opportunity to be able to represent. Cynthia and Amy have been doing a great job up there. They've done a lot of great work, and they're expanding our collection and working with the new attorneys, and lots of patrons have been coming in. She gave me some documentation of how many how many visitors they have had, conference room attendance, Westlaw, LexisNexis, collection, computer use, digital use, law forms. If Crystal wants to pass by a little document, if she can, that Jeannie gave us yesterday. And it's telling us how many people they have done outreach and how many Zoom they did, because they were one of the ones that did a lot of Zooms during the pandemic.
For evictions.
For evictions, yes, ma'am. And so that kept them busy. And computer use, they've had a lot of computer use. They've been helping people during the collection, general. And so this is just a little informative, so you could take a peek at it. And regarding the staffing, the only issues I had is also that I would like for them to stay, to be from non-exempt to exempt for the librarian and the technical services. That was the only, there was no monetary changes, just the status of exempt. And then there were no changes in monetary for anything in the department. And I am working with Dale because he did inform me, and so did Lisa, that there has not been any growth in our fund balance for the law library at all. We are in the red. And so he has asked me to cut back on some of my budget for books or automation or somewhere in the department, because there has not been any money. You know, due to the COVID pandemic, the collection for people filing has not been
Yeah,
well.
so again, sometimes the budget workshop reveals itself, so we need to make note of this. So if it's COVID-19 related, budget that was used in the law library, for example, to assist in these evictions, I mean, we ought to be able to recover that. I'm not sure. I guess I need to look to see what he means by cutting automation, or, I mean, can you make a correlation between anything that you would be needing and the pandemic?
Well, for right now, I think what we can do is, what I told him is that we're looking at our budget. And so we can cut back on ordering some of the law books and keep the automation part. So if the attorneys still want to go in there and review, they can go online. Everything is online. And we have that capability right now. So we're trying to speak to the Thomson Reuters and asking them if we can renegotiate the contracts. And they said, yes, they could, but to tell them what is our budget going to be. So we're trying to work with them to let them know what's going on, because, you know, I need to keep my both staff. I don't want to get rid of my staff because they both need, you know, to stay. But we can work on our budget for our books, and which is the only two items that we have enough of. You know, it's either books or the automation.
Yeah, I mean, and I'll be honest with you, with our population, I don't see how online helps a citizen or a resident who's coming to the law library to, you know, to get legal help and they need to read. I mean, I disagree with that. So I've been thinking for a while that we need to find a good, reliable source for books, because people are gonna wanna move to online. And I mean, I think you're right. If you have to choose, you have to choose online. But maybe you could separate it out and see what we're talking about. And you guys are your own best source of grants, but maybe by working with the Coastal Bend Community Foundation or, I mean, we've got to figure out some other sources. The Bar Association, I mean, they could raise, you know, they could ask for a voluntary campaign for that. I mean, I do think that online and digital is where it's going. So, I mean, I think you have to make hard choices. I would certainly choose digital.
Yes.
But it's got to be digital friendly,
Yes.
right? Which is why your staff is so critical up there.
Yes, ma'am.
So, what do you think it would save if you would just do online? Would it get you back in the black?
Yes,
Well, then maybe that's what we do for this year.
because our book budget is about 70,000, and if we cut it by, if we cut it from 70,000 to about, at least cut it 60%, you know, in order to meet what Dell wants to be in the budget, you know, cut and keep maybe only 25, 30,000 and put back the rest and just keep the automation, we should be okay.
And then what would you do? Eventually, you would either catch up, because if the books are not,
Yeah.
you would try to catch up in another year?
Yes, after we get back to it, because, I mean, those books, sometimes some come in, and by the time they come in, the new ones are coming in, you know, 2, 3, 4 weeks later, you know, it's just a revolving door.
Well, I
So,
think maybe that's a good plan, Ida.
yes. I mean, we're trying, I mean, I told my staff, it's not something that I wanted to do, but
I mean, don't get me wrong, it's never been in the black. This is not like it's new. But I think if you could get it in the black, it goes a long way to us continuing making the law library.
because, I mean, I know when I came on board, when the auditor told me you need to raise the fees, I mean, I immediately, that's the first thing I did. I mean, whatever we could do to try, but then we had COVID within a year. So, I mean, nothing has gone our way for the past 2, 3 years. So, you know, I've got very diligent staff that are working really hard, trying to, you know, they're getting attorneys coming in, they're getting a lot of patrons, they're assisting and, you know, doing what they have to do to make it work, and we're trying.
Right, okay, well, thank you for that opportunity.
That's it for me.
Okay, appreciate you so
Judge.
much, thank you.
Judge,
Yes.
on the, most department heads, they either have a car allowance or they have access to a county vehicle.
Got it. And you don't have either. Yeah, so I'm preaching to the equity, right? Just trying to get everybody level playing field.
Yep.
So that's something to star.
Thank you, Judge.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Commissioners.
All right,
Have a
thank
good
you,
one.
Ida. Our next one's at 10:45, I think.
Yeah, I.
And so why don't, okay, let's see if we can get him here by 10:30. And also, Ida, I need to look, I do have a problem on Thursday in the afternoon. So if we.
So, thank you. I apologize I couldn't get here sooner when I got the text that y'all might be ready for me. I'm in trial in the 319th right now, but Judge Stith was kind enough to go ahead and we broke early for the day so I could be here and present budget. So, what you'll see is that this year in 3520, we are not asking for, well, we were not, which this is now complicated. I have an agenda item tomorrow for Commissioners Court related to some of the issues we raised in our budget that changes our personnel request form for 3520. However, for purposes of today, I'm going to present the budget as submitted because I think that's the more prudent thing to do. And should the court take into consideration anything discussed tomorrow, we can make those changes. But for now, we have and are requesting that we have 2 appellate division attorneys. And as you can see from their steps, you have one that's a 7 and one that's a 2. They have never gotten a step increase or never have gotten a group increase, despite the fact that one of them has been here, 20 years. They've always remained an attorney 1. And so I am requesting that they be moved to appellate division 2 attorneys in order to increase and give them the due for all the experience that they have. And that would be Adolfo Aguillo and Bruce Anderson. The remainder of the request out of 3520 are directly geared toward the COVID backlog. These are personnel requests that are directly associated with the backlog of cases due to COVID. And if that triggers anything, then that's why I'm mentioning it twice, okay? First of all, I am requesting an additional child unit prosecutor. Right now, we have 2 that are covering 8 district courts. What you're going to see on the jail roster is that some of the highest in jails are going to be child cases. What you're also going to see is that the protocols that the district courts set out post-COVID are that child cases will be given the priority of cases to be tried. So now they're the priority on twofold. 1, if they're in jail, and 2, whether or not they're in jail, if they're child unit cases, then Christy and Liz are getting pushed to trial. They'll have trial settings in 4 different courts, all for the same week. Well, obviously, we only have 2, and they can only try 2 cases, so that means 2 more get reset. That is just going to continue to take up seats in the jail or continue to deny the child victims their justice. And again, even the Supreme Court of the State of Texas says those are supposed to be the priorities, okay? So we're asking for another child unit prosecutor. And on that same regard, if you'll recall, we came and we created a felony 6 position a while back for our violent crime and gang prosecutor position. And in that, we made that a felony 6 because of the specialization and expertise. I am requesting that our child unit prosecutors, which are 2 females, be given the same felony 6 position that the other specialized, our gang prosecutor has. I think they're both specialized units. They require extra diligence. Those are going to be our priority cases. They're going to always be first on the docket. They're going to be your longest in jails, and they require a tremendous amount of experience and preparation. And so I am requesting that where currently our child unit prosecutors are a 5, that we move them up 1 group to a 6. And you'll see the cost. I'm asking for the creation of what we call a witness supervisor. Right now we have 2 ladies who are our witness coordinators. So like, for example, right now, I'm in trial. My witness coordinator is helping me to ensure that my witness room always has witnesses. So when the judge says, state, call your next witness, I'm not saying I don't have one, right? Back in the old days, the judge's response would be, well, then you rest, okay? At least now we've got some judges that are a little more forgiving, but it's a lot of work. And with the number of cases that are going to trial now and the number of cases that are having to be prepared because of the COVID backlog, we need a witness supervisor to help make sure that, you know, Rachel's fixing to go on a murder. I've got another murder, attempted capital coming up. I know we've got a child unit going. I think Mike Gordon's fixing to go on a murder. 2 witness coordinators cannot handle, and we're not ready isn't sufficing. We have to move these in-jail cases. And if you look, we've been doing that. We have either pled out or prosecuted all violent offenders that are taking up room into jail. I just finished the last of the London murder defendants that were in for 600 days, and they're now on their way to TDC. So we are moving and we're working, but we really need a witness supervisor, and we need another felony chief. And that ties back to the fact that we're 11 prosecutors down right now. We are missing 11 prosecutors. You want to talk about overloading the ones we have and our staff, our support staff. It is incredible. And obviously we lose some of the most experienced first, and we have to have more attorneys that have the experience in a felony chief position, both teaches and helps instruct the younger prosecutors, because as I said, with the COVID backlog of cases, they're getting pushed to handle hearings that it's trial by fire, which has never been our way. Mark didn't want that for our attorneys. We never did. We always hoped that we could have more seasoned prosecutors to sit with our youngers as they move into trial experience, but now they're just getting thrown in the fire because there's not enough of us to go around. There just isn't. And so what you see at the bottom is the number, it's 314,923.06. But again, I'm asking for you to consider this as necessary COVID positions in order to deal with the backlog and to give more efficient justice to both the victims and the taxpayers of this community. And so I would ask that you consider it for any alternative funding that might be available as well. With regard to 1328, which is our Chapter 59 account that is self-funded, we are asking for our asset forfeiture attorney, who is currently a 3, to be moved to a 5, and you'll see the differential in pay of 9525.36. He has done an incredible job. I'm grateful to the auditor's office that work with him. He is closing out cases left and right. I think in the past 6 months, we've collected probably $300,000 or $400,000 just getting these judgments in, moving these cases, being diligent with service. But in addition, we've now assigned him to handle all of the open record requests and FOIA and POIA requests that are coming in from the public. Originally, that was Jordy Schimmel's job, and when Jordy left, we kind of just tagged that on to Jason Suppley. And those are additional duties outside of the asset forfeiture that we believe warrant the pay increase. And again, that's a self-funded position. Other than those limited personnel requests, the remainder is associated with both attaining the goals. And I remember when I first did a budget presentation, Judge Canales talked a lot about setting goals for your office and working toward those goals, achieving those goals, and showing productivity. And that shows movement in what we're accomplishing. We have achieved so many of the goals that we have set out for our office. And the primary ones, I know we're still at 89% right now on CJIS compliance, but truth be told, our office takes a lot of hits from the public and the media for trying to assist with that CJIS compliance. People don't understand the bigger purpose. And we feel bad, but we can't stop what we're doing. If it means dismissing cases and clearing out backlog, that's what we have to do for our part. But in that regard, we are asking for some assistance in achieving additional goals. So we are asking, please help us get the vehicles that we've been asking for now for 3 or 4 years. We need these vehicles. We are transporting witnesses. We are serving subpoenas. I think for my trial alone, I sent the investigator out to 4 different locations, all of which were out of the area, to go find some witnesses that I needed. And they're still in the same vehicles that we were in before, with the same issues and the same money guzzling problems. And we keep getting, oh, you'll get some, you'll get some, you'll get some. I think every single day my investigators came, were like, hey, there's a truck out front. It's beautiful. Can one of us use it? I think it was.
The answer is no.
Right.
But to stop you just right there, because this happens all the time, and we can get you that information, but we do not control the supply chain on those vehicles. As you know, what you're saying, this court has already adopted, which is we don't want to spend on maintenance and some of the chronic conditions that come with the ownership of old vehicles. We entered into that enterprise lease. We'll have the opportunity to review that, but it is not a matter of the vehicles not coming to you. You are in the list. I cannot explain why it takes so long to get the vehicle, but trust me, to do anything else would be to start the process over again with a new company, or, go and buy a vehicle, which I suppose might be a solution, but then you would be doubling the investment that we've
Right.
already made, which I don't think serves your purpose holistically, but we really just have to differentiate between, we're on your side on this, we've already made those allocations and appropriations, and every time it comes up in court, I get a text, and it'll happen here in 2 minutes, and I'm gonna read it to you this time, and it'll say, they know exactly when we've told them the timeline is, and that timeline will be honored. And if it's not, then come back to me, because, maybe we will just need to appropriate it. But your office and everybody's office that's slated for those vehicles, it's been told to us time and time again, they can verify this, that you will get those vehicles. As you know, the rest of the world is suffering from
Car shortage.
car shortages. And it just doesn't do any good to talk about it again and again, because we can't make it work any faster. But I promise you that every time it gets mentioned, a phone call comes with a little bit of edge on it that says, what can we do to move this faster? And in that vein, I've asked for a call with, not a call, but a face-to-face meeting with Enterprise so that they can help provide these timelines in a more updated basis. But, do you have any more information to give her on that? Because we
No.
promise you, we are working for you on these cars.
We know, we work with, I think it's Madio, and our date just keeps getting pushed back, but we understand there's a car shortage. For my purposes for budget, it just means we are gonna have more spending in maintenance and car repairs, and it's just gonna be part of it until we get those cars.
Right.
So for our budget purposes, we are accounting for that. We
Right.
already know that's gonna
But-
happen.
But I want you to know that the auditor, if I'm not mistaken, you don't have to account for it. And I wouldn't if I were you, because they are going to make that decision, not you. That's the bottom line.
They increased for gas, but
They'll
I'm
increase
talking
for gas.
repair. When we have to replace the transmission coming up.
But you
and-
guys make that decision.
Depending on when they receive their vehicles,
Right.
the maintenance will start. We budget maintenance for an entire year for a vehicle.
Correct.
Even if we don't receive the vehicle for the entire year, like we have slated that the DA will receive 3 vehicles next year. We don't know if it's gonna be honored as the spring, they say the spring, but we have to budget the whole year, because if we don't, we under budget.
No, I'm
So-
talking about this year, these vehicles we have already that we are gonna have to redo
Yeah.
We've been putting off big repairs, the $3,000 and $4,000 repairs, because of,
Yeah.
we've been putting that off in hopes these new vehicles were coming, right?
Right.
But now those new vehicles are coming next year, which means we're gonna have to fix the transmission. We're gonna have to go fix the whole braking system. We're gonna have to get the ball bearings replaced now. Like, what we've been putting off is coming.
And that's why patience is a virtue, because you want these new vehicles, you need these new vehicles. These are the vehicles that they will pay for it, not us. And so we're just gonna have to, keep working together to realize we live in this imperfect world. I know you wanna get to your rest of the things, but I had to stop, because these vehicles, it gets portrayed in a way that is really just not in keeping with the facts. We've got to make sure that people know that we have put this in, and through no fault of our own, but through supply chain, we are suffering with the rest of the world. But I promise you, every time you bring it up, we call them, and we will do so again today. But don't make that budget, I don't want you to worry back on that piece of it. I
Thank
want you
you.
to worry about other things, because that is gonna get dealt with, through Enterprise.
So let me move to, the ladies here to my right. These are a great many of our support staff in the office. And I submitted pictures with our budget to the desks and the chairs that they sit in 8 hours a day. As you can see, in some of the pictures, you're gonna notice we have little blocks that are put underneath the legs of the chairs to try to heighten it, because they're so old. It's when people were, 5'4" and 5'5". And so if we don't put them up on blocks, then we aren't gonna be able to sit underneath them. The chairs are old. They do the best they can to put back protectors, and some of them will have cushions in the chairs because they're that old. They're all torn up. That's actually an attorney chair, I think. You have, it's just a wreck. And so we are asking that we be allotted money to replace those desks and those chairs. Now, we have put in for grant modification on our JAG grant, and we were working with Maria before she left. We subsequently worked with Natalie, and our hope is that we are going to be able to get the JAG grant to cover the costs of desks. You see that right there? You see those blocks underneath? If we don't do that, then the person can't fit underneath there.
I don't think you have to go to use a JAG grant for that. I don't think it's for that, but I think furniture you requested, you should, what's wrong?
I agree. You can get it from building
Yeah, what-
outlay.
So Teresa.
Well,
can
that's
we-
where we put it in this budget. We've requested an increase to get desks, and we've been working with purchasing. They've been really good to us. Michael Robinson and Jamie and them, they have worked with us to get the estimates originally for new desks for all of them and new chairs that we did submit with the JAG grant modification, and so they helped us a lot with that, so I am kind of sending out a kudos to them. But this chair here you see, these are the chairs in the conference room, and I think if you continue to move upward, you're gonna see the conference room table right there. When we bring in our victims from capital murders, and we bring in our officers on our capital murders and even our assault family violence, this is the conference room they come into with the peeling sides, and that's peeling on the other side as well. That conference room table was there when I was a prosecutor 12 years ago. It's never been replaced. Those chairs, I cannot tell you, but our officers with their duty belts on, they can't sit down because their duty belt won't fit in between the two arms. So we are asking again for funds to get a new conference room table that represents the work that we do, and chairs that are either oversized so that the duty belts fit in with 90% of our witnesses. And that'll take a little time to find, but that's what we are requesting, so we've added that into our
Teresa,
budget.
what, I mean, we shouldn't have to take that long to get furniture, right? I mean,
We have been focused so much on
I'm asking
raises.
Teresa. May I ask Teresa, I don't know, are they gonna go through you or Michael first or you? I mean, I know the process is still capital outlay, and so I don't know what do we stand with this furniture? I mean, how come we get the furniture like,
I don't think that's Teresa's.
no,
Well-
I know it's Michael's.
Yeah.
All the requests that come through go through purchasing, then they come through our office for approval for the funds available in capital outlay. I haven't seen any requests for
We haven't made any.
furniture.
We haven't made any. It's not like it's a request that's been ignored. We haven't made any. We were,
Did you make one last year?
no, we're making it this year.
I think they shouldn't even be part of your budget. I think you should just go straight to Michael and say, we need to have it. That's it.
So it's the desks and the chairs. The other big request we have, Judge Canales helped us when we were having all of our issues with Panasonic. And she put us in touch with Mr. Johnson at the city, phenomenal. And then Johnson and we sat down along with IT here, yes. And so we have all kind of come to a consensus that part of the problem with the Panasonic download is that we got moved to laptops. We need our desktops back. So we are asking to keep the laptop so that our attorneys, when they go up to court, have their laptop. We need good desktops that are capable of downloading those Panasonic videos to where it's not taking our attorneys 4 and 5 hours to download videos. It's time they don't have, and if they leave it even running overnight, it causes issues. So we are asking, please, in order to effectively do our job and to provide discovery to defense attorneys, please let us get really good desktops.
I agree.
And that's in our budget, and that will do a lot to help with the Panasonic issues as well. And, yeah, So that's in our budget this year. I think, other than that, we showed you the productivity of the 59. One of the pictures that's there that I do want to point out, you'll see a set of boxes, and it looks like it's just boxes, but those were actually narcotics that were being mailed through the Postal Service, and no further down. And so through the intelligence of our criminal addiction unit, those right there, they were able to actually create a big federal case associated with the trafficking of narcotics now through the Postal Service. And so that's a big feather, and it goes toward one of our goals we set in our 59, which was continuing to develop our relationship with the federal government, which ties to our 0135 account, our federal forfeiture, but also because that intel is so important. You'll see that this year they not only partnered and were able to retrieve narcotics, but you're going to see AR rifles. There was a lot of guns that were seized, and they also began this year assisting with high volatile warrants. So when the SWAT goes out with the city or those types of warrants, our interdiction unit now is helping with those things too. So those ARs right there that you see were actually part of a warrant that was being executed. And I think that's kind of the gist of where we are. We're looking to make things a little easier on our staff, and then obviously if there is a cost of living increase given out, we obviously would love for our people to be part of that consideration. But they work really hard. We ask a lot of them, and with the attorneys down the way they are, it's morale is hard. They put a lot of work and time, and the least we can do is give them a comfortable area to work in that is, doesn't hurt their back and hurt their legs, and make them store things in places that really aren't meant for storage. And so we are just hoping for all that to be considered.
And can we just go over very quickly, because I think it's a agenda item tomorrow, but it makes a lot of sense. And that is, without going into too many details, but it will help us set the stage for tomorrow. It's basically one attorney. It's moving from a 5 to a 6. It has to do with someone very experienced, very specialized, and the total cost is less than $6,000.
Right.
And anything you want to just add about without going into details about the individual, because I'm sure they haven't accepted, but the concept here is you'd go from 11 to 10. Is that right?
Yes.
And this particular
But
bump up.
that person could come in, and when all of a sudden, we've got 3 murder cases set, and you have 3 different district court judges that are saying, I'm not granting a continuance, what are you gonna do?
Right.
Well, obviously, I can grab one, another chief can grab one, but the goal is, we have Frank Errico who could grab one, he's in our violent crime position now. I have another person in that category.
Right.
That could come in and pick up a capital murder, come in and pick up a murder, an aggravated assault, deadly weapon, a, complicated engaging case, and just run.
Right.
And I need that person desperately.
Yeah, I just wanted to make the court aware, it's in the budget, but we're gonna deal with that one tomorrow due to its specific and important nature.
Yes.
And that the cost is very, modest to the benefit.
Yes.
Okay, perfect. Anything else here that we should
Excuse me,
look at?
did we ever get your air vents cleaned out?
Yes, they came and helped us, I believe. I don't know for sure. I'm gonna tell you, I don't pay attention to that.
Well, I do,
But-
because it's the
Yeah.
quality of air that comes out through there, and I noticed when I was there, they were very dirty.
We'll look at that and get an answer for you, Commissioner. We'll look at that. Anybody want to tag their it and go look at the vents? So, I vote for Yvonne.
Wear a mask.
If you'd like, I can send somebody from Public Works to go do it.
That's fine, Judge, or that's fine, Commissioner. No, you don't do it right now. So, we just always thank you for all
Okay,
your
thank you.
attention. So thank you
Appreciate it.
so much.
Okay, thank you so
guys.
much.
Thank you.
Judge, I just want to.
Yeah, go ahead. Sorry.
My concern is more philosophical, that, of all the work, of our 2 law firms, that we have here working in Oasis County on behalf of the citizens, that that anyone in their office, other than maybe an office manager or designee, would need to monitor that and really just be a phone call away from getting equipment, getting furniture, getting simple things that we really shouldn't have to worry about. Now, the problem is, how do we work to that? How do we get to that point? I think that's something that we need to really figure out internally. And I know Public Works is already busy enough with everything they do, but a building maintenance person should be on top of this always, for equipment to get to this point. I feel bad, I feel guilty that I have a nice office with nice furniture. It shouldn't be that way. I mean, everyone should at least have a decent amount of adequate furniture that's not decades old.
Yeah.
I don't think that should be taxed against you or any budget. You know, that's something that we need to
totally
do
agree.
internally, so.
Totally agree. I don't feel like it, I don't think cars, I don't think you should worry about any of that stuff, furniture or replacement, but I'll tell you why I think it happens. Is because you're so busy and Public Works is an engineering, infrastructure background. And it used to be that a long time ago that this building had a dedicated building, super. And we started on that process, but we really haven't completed it. But in my opinion, we've talked about this, and in order for your grounds on the outside and your grounds on the inside, and the commonalities of air vents and whether they're dirty or whether they just need routine maintenance, or whether you need furniture, if you had a department that was just focused on this building, you would see somebody who would take a lot of pride on making sure they would have their goals. And I think that that's something we should get back to. It's really just a reshuffling of the deck. It's not necessarily adding more dollars. It's just saying, this is your main focus. And then, of course, there's other buildings besides this building, but I think people who focus on building put you on, routes that get you new chairs, at least an assessment. There should be a once-a-year assessment into all of this stuff, and I hate that you have to worry about that. So we're gonna take that burden and worry from you, because I want you to come pitch those 5 to 6s all day long and let us worry about this, but we do need to know about it.
Thank
And I
you.
think that's Commissioner Gonzalez's point, is that if it wasn't on last year's slate, but it's on this year's, and this year we'll take a look at it.
Thank you. Thank you. And if there's no other
You
questions?
bet. No, we're good. Thank you so much.
May we be excused?
Yes, as a matter of fact, we're gonna be excused too, because we are done for the morning session, and we'll see you guys back here at 1 PM, guys?
That's right.
At 1 PM.
Thank you.
And may I just ask, is the 1 PM,
That's Public Works. Public Works.
yeah, it's too big. I was gonna say, is there anyone that wants to slide in? But no, nobody. Could we at least get him to start, maybe? It would really help us to keep things going. I wish we could get JJ and get Veteran Services, but that's really catching him off guard, so.
We did get a response back from Constable
Rivera?
He cannot even be here on Thursday.
Oh, well, then never mind. So we don't have to worry about him.
Yeah, because.
So then we should be okay with the 10:30 then,
I know he's been sick, I just been.
right?
Yeah, he's been ill, so he won't be.
Okay.
Let me get that.
So now we've got 12:45 to 1:15 to replace that, to replace the loss of the hour up top. All right, let's just hold to see if we can get Juan to start. So what we're gonna do is break at noon. You'll still have your full time when you come back, okay, if needed, but we're trying to get ahead, if possible. So you can tell us what you want to do first, but the way I have it listed as Road and Bridge, 0120 and 0121. But if you say, no, I'd rather tackle any of your other ones, you tell us how you want to tackle it.
Yeah, we'll do Road and Bridge.
Let's do it. And
Yeah.
that's 0121. Do you have a PowerPoint or anything that Connie needs?
No, Judge, I think with just what
No
we
worries.
submitted, and then, I'm gonna let Yolanda take over, and
Sounds
she'll go
good.
down
I don't have
or
those in my
what's
list.
being requested.
It is?
Yes, ma'am. Yeah,
Okay, go ahead, Yolanda. But we're gonna start on road and bridge, so that's in our packet, page 1.
Thank you.
You're welcome. 15, 17.
You have a very modest request here.
Good morning, Judge and Commissioners and everyone else. I guess I'll start with the Road and Bridge, the personnel request form, since it's at the top of the page. We're just requesting an increase for our accounting staff. We have taken a lot more duties, and so we're just looking to see if we can get an increase for the accounting personnel.
Right, just one person.
We're two persons, myself and Nora, and we do all the road and bridge.
Correct.
We do all building maintenance. We do the environmental enforcement and 911. We do all the departments, all the accounting for all the departments under Public Works.
And I just want to add to that, we also do, anything that comes in, POs that are requested by, commissioners that are being requested for any type of road improvements or drainage improvements or any other projects, those go through our office, and it's a lot of work for our accounting. I know they've done a lot, and it was my recommendation. I told Yolanda and Nora that I was going to put this on here because anything comes up, or we need a PO, or we need to do some type of budget change or something like that, it goes through both of them, and it's a lot of work for them. It's additional work.
Do you guys need any, I'm just making lists. Do you guys use any software, or have you ever wanted to use any software? We're making lists of software or technology upgrades. I'm just curious that could help you in this endeavor.
Well, we use, of course, the accounting software that's provided by the auditing department, the One Solution. We use that on a daily basis. It's pretty much the minute we walk in, we turn on One Solution. Everything we do is in One Solution. And all our spreadsheets, that we try to keep spreadsheets for all the projects to make sure that they're not overrun, or they're coming, they're coming to their expiration dates or something. We keep that on Excel spreadsheets.
Okay, thank you. Okay, so any
So
other?
You have two, you only see one, but you have two, so it'll be that times two?
Yes, it's myself and Nora here.
Okay. It's not very much, yeah? So it will be like a step increase or 2 steps increase?
It's from a 6 to an 8, correct?
Yeah, they're just a step.
I'm sorry, that's your step, the
Those are our
18,
steps.
sorry, at 18 and
22.
22, from 17 and 19.
Right.
22, and that's times.
Okay.
Any
Any
more-
questions? Any more? Okay, thank you very much.
Okay, and then I'll go to the road and bridge expenditures. And we're just requesting an increase in our office expenses. Seems like the last 2 budgets, we've had to increase our office expenses for copy paper and pencils and supplies for the road and bridge department. And of course, that entails for all, not just the courthouse office, for all our field offices too. And we're also requesting a no change in our material, and maybe possibly wanted to bring to your attention that a lot of our contracts are up for renewal, and we have gotten letters from different vendors saying that they're going to increase their price units, and some of them are up to at least 30%. Our rock is jumping to like from $60 to $80 to $70. That might exceed what we currently have in our materials. So we're hoping to just kind of leave at no change so that we can continue working with all the material that we're going to be requesting for the next fiscal year.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. And the only other increase we have is just when the contract lease came up
that was approved. We had worked on it from prior budget, and it was short, like $600, so I need $529 so I can make that final payment the next fiscal year. Okay. And then our next big increase will
Yolanda,
be.
let me ask a question
Sure.
real quick on the salaries, just as this is coming up to me. When we do a salary, say, I'm not just saying these position requests, but any position request, if someone gets a step and then say court decides to add a cost of living, do they get the step and then the cost of living on top of the step, or how does that work?
Yeah, sure.
Send it to me.
Is earned 3 years, is earned.
Oh,
That's your longevity.
So
Go ahead and grab a-
what will happen with, if there's a cost of living adjustments, is the pay schedule will change. We update the entire pay schedule based on the percentage that is agreed upon. And so that will change the group amount, not the step. The step is based off of years of service.
So, so it's up.
So in the instance that they would receive the group increase, they would receive the group and the cost of living.
So if we went, say, to an 18 instead of a 17 and a 19, or say a 20 instead of an 18, or 20 instead of a 22, they'll get that, and then they'll get the COLA.
Correct.
Okay.
If there's a cost of living, yeah.
And I don't mean to make you all an example, just, since it's there, I mean, it kind of
No,
just
that's-
popped in my head, like, let me clarify. Because I think that's where I know I get confused, and I know the public gets confused, and maybe even the employees themselves, so.
Well,
Not trying to say that that's the direction I want to go, but just helps me kind of remember going, as we have further discussions, how that can work to, you know,
Like on this, like
it's
on
going
this
to be
here.
tight, so it just, you know, any way that we can show we appreciate our employees and maybe give them you know, a group, you know, moving up, maybe one group, but then they get a cost of living, maybe that could at least show that we recognize work that's being done, but it maybe not at the level that they were expecting or presenting to us, but that at least they're getting a little bit more than what they started off with in the previous year, so. Thank you.
Thank you. I'm sorry, keep going.
Okay, and our next request is the increase for our equipment. We're requesting $847,000. All this is just to replace old equipment, our heavier equipment, it's not vehicles. The lease program is helping us to rotate all our vehicles, which is really good because now we have more monies to replace our older equipment that we use on a daily basis for road work. We're trying to replace, we're requesting a small dump truck, and that's a replacement, and a Broshi sweeper, and that's replacing a 1999 Broshi sweeper. And then we're requesting one tandem dump truck that'll replace a 2001 truck. A flat brush truck that'll replace a 2000 brush truck, 2 stake beds, and that's replacing older vehicles also. And the John Deere backhoe is replacing a 2002 backhoe. The water sprinkler is to replace the 1992 water truck. So all these requests of the heavy equipment is just to replace old equipment that we feel is no longer feasible to continue to repair them.
So let me ask you that. So they all work, they all are operational in the field today, or not? Can you
So-
separate them? Like, could you provide me a list of what absolutely is not functioning versus what is? Because what I'm gonna ask you to do is to wait a year, because you guys got $1 million in the CO for equipment, you got $2 million from ARPA, and, you know, that's $3 million in equipment this year. Last fiscal cycle, we also bought equipment in a variety of areas. And so what I'm needing to figure out is, you know, what is really like, just is not functioning. And then the second thing I'm also gonna say is that with $850,000, is there a short-term solution by leasing the most important of that equipment that's non-functional, that could go from 800,000, let's say, to 100,000. Because it's that kind of year where we need to be more creative. We need to get you what you need, but we can't just write checks because it's not there to have. And so I'm just wondering, to help you, what, if you'll start thinking that way. I realize your budget submission is good, right? I mean, we always ask for what was there, but maybe if you could do a division for me, that would really help me as I prepare to go and advocate to the auditor.
Okay, yeah, and like I said, that million that we were given for equipment, we did replace a lot of equipment that wasn't,
Up to par.
working. We're just always in the shop, or we're just getting parts to kind of fix it, to keep going. So we just, it's a lot, and so with that money, we did purchase a lot of the equipment that is helping out there in the field. We got the pneumatic roller, we got the oil distributor that was, and the broom for the seal coating. So a lot of that equipment was just always seems to be in the shop. So,
And I just want to add, Judge and Commissioners, that the reason we're asking for this equipment is to be more efficient. Because when you have it's like having your car in an automotive shop, right? You're not doing your job, or you can't do your whole job. So in acquiring this piece of equipment, it'll be more efficient for us to make sure that we're not having to wait for a piece of equipment to come out of our garage.
I agree with you. I'm just asking whether or not we can sustain it another year so that we can take care of.
Because right now, we're kind of just.
Hold on one,
Okay, Commissioner.
have you used all your money from the CIPs that we had?
The CO.
Did we use it?
Yes,
We used pretty much the whole, Commissioner, to replace all equipment.
That's already being used?
Yes, sir.
yes, I have
So this
used-
is an additional, what you're asking, that
Is-
you might need,
is
or
for-
half of that, or whatever it is, we can.
Yes, that is all for additional, to replace additional equipment.
in the
The
judgment of-
million that you gave us in the CIPs, yes, we bought all new equipment.
Okay. Now, the judge made a point a while ago, which was a very good point, that if you can divide or spread of what actually is not working, or is not working well, and, and then maybe we can do half this year and half the next year. There's a possibility we can do that too, right?
We can do that.
Yeah.
And if you
So-
look at the list, it is by priority. I've listed it by priority, so if you want to look at the list, those are priorities, 1, 2, 3, 4. I had our mechanics and our people at Central Garage look at this list and tell me what's priority, what you would like to replace now. So that this list is by priority.
Well, because we're gonna stop having people complain, come over here every time. I mean, you gotta guys be on the streets, right? Yes, sir. So, but anyway, that's what I wanted to know, just to okay, we can't do the 8, we can do the 4, or whatever. I mean, it's a possibility, so. Sorry.
Okay.
That
Keep-
was our last item.
Thank
Any
you.
more questions?
No, ma'am, that's good. Why don't we go to another one? We're doing good on time. Which one would you like to go to? You want to try 911? That's not too much.
Okay, 911, we currently don't have any changes for that. The budget seems to be in line. The only thing, the license renewal for the membership and for the maintenance and software support for their ESRI, for the map info that the 911 uses. That's all. I have no changes for 911.
No changes there. Okay, Connie, you have someone trying to come in that needs to be admitted. Why don't we move to vector control? That's 3092.
Right, okay. For vector control, I do have some personnel changes for vector control. And what I would like to do with vector control is that right now we have one technician that's pretty much oversees the other technicians. He's our to-go person. He does, his function is really, has brought the vector control department to a really good standards. He's brought the Buffalo turbines, and
he keeps them to make sure that there's a maintenance program. And so we'd like to kind of make him a foreman to oversee the other two technicians. And just kind of bring up the technicians to meet a little bit more of their duties and responsibilities. They do a lot of, when they're not doing mosquito spraying during seasons, they're doing maintaining, they're doing the pest control for the different buildings. So that's for their personnel request.
Okay.
Do you have two staff there right now? You said two or three?
Three, Commissioner.
The supervisor and the
Yeah.
two.
And then the two.
We would like to make
So you want to move the supervisor to another higher step?
well, we would like to move one of the vector control personnel to a foreman, because he's the one that coordinates and makes sure that everybody has their
So
licensing.
he's a what now to a what?
Right now, he's going from, go ahead, Yolanda.
He's going from a 14 to a 24.
That's a step,
They're all
right?
14s. We'd like to bring them from the foreman, we'd like to bring him from a 14 to a 24, and the other technicians from a 14 to a 19.
24, is that step, or that's?
It's on page,
That's the
174.
174.
The pay, I mean, that,
So that's
Yeah,
36,000.
That's a group. They're all, his step right now is a 6. And we're gonna bring him from a 14, from a group 14 to a group 24. That's where we have all our foremans.
and his pay will be what?
His pay would be $52,624, up from $34,902.
This is by, reimbursed by hospital district, right?
No.
Yes.
Yes, it is.
Just the foreman?
Yes, it
No,
is.
The entire department
The
is
entire
actually.
department.
Yes, so we
Okay.
need to work with them
they
to
need
be
to-
able
Yeah, okay.
to
I
approve
was
this.
just gonna say that.
Yeah.
Yeah, because that foreman, it's a big jump.
Yeah, and all the equipment that we need, the hospital district needs to approve that through her
Right.
budget.
And to
You mean
be
the
honest
Commissioners
with
Court
you,
has to approve it?
the board needs to approve it.
The board needs to approve
The
that.
board?
Yes.
The board, and then
Because
it
we
would come
receive
to us.
they give us, they
What
provide the
board?
funds.
Hospital
The
district.
hospital
Oh, the
district.
hospital district
Yes.
fund. Good.
And just so you know, since it's well, it's funny, it's just shy of $20,000, so it doesn't fit in the policy, but I'd recommend, putting this on a wish list and see what they say.
I don't think it'll be a problem.
I don't really understand how this got there, to be honest with you, because it doesn't fit, but it doesn't fit the mission, public health, it fits the mission for public health,
I don't know.
but not for hospital district.
I don't understand either. Why would they have to approve Public Works? They didn't approve the ME Public Works, at the ME building, so, I don't know, that's a good question to find out why is it, do you know why?
They've been on an MOU agreement for, I'm not sure how many years, when they originally created the vector control. And so it's been a reimbursed cost for, I don't know, I've been here 5 years and it's been longer than that at least.
For the positions themselves?
No, the entire department.
The entire-
And they
Except-
reimburse
department.
everything.
Because I know they
The-
helped us with the Buffalo's
Turbines.
turbines.
Right.
So
Yeah.
they approve all expenses and then most equipment has to be approved individually when it
Right,
comes to.
and we made a good argument because of West Nile, Zika, St. Louis encephalitis. But I can tell you, because I saw on their agenda, they definitely want to have awareness to anything that we're asking
Any
for.
changes they definitely want to know.
Yeah, and they had it
even
on
the
their,
smallest.
on their agenda, and it had no backup data last time. So maybe we just need to add this to the,
Well, awareness they should have, I don't have a problem with awareness, but it's approving? I mean, I
Yeah,
don't know.
they approve everything.
well, yeah, because it's their money and they're an
That's
independent
correct,
board.
yeah. And every 3 months, the auditor's office provide an invoice to them, they have to approve everything.
Yeah,
So is this request will actually go to them then?
Yeah.
that's correct. All right, well, why don't we just leave it there at that point?
No problem.
And I think your point, though, is that the foremans are all at this level. It's not that you're really doing this, it's that to make him a foreman, this is where you have to be. So I think that's gonna be your most important point, is that because it looks very odd, right? It, just so you know, when you visually look at it, so you need to make certain when you make that, when you have that phone call or that meeting with them, with the executive team, that you tell them that in order to have a foreman, this is absolutely through our own pay scale where it has to be. That you're not asking to do anything that's out of the ordinary. Okay, well, that helps us a lot to understand that.
Great.
Okay, and then,
Okay, and then for their operating expenses, we have no change. We still, just to, for the continued compliance for the pesticide discharge management, we just kind of don't want to give you notice that that 29,000 is so that we can have monies for that compliance with TCEQ.
yeah, that's fair.
Okay.
The one thing I was gonna ask you is when we did buy that Buffalo turbine, and it's done so great. I
We
think
have two now.
You have two now.
We have two now.
And you're good.
Yes, we're good now.
Okay.
We're really good. They,
You can be sure, and when you go talk about the foreman, tell him how grateful we are
we.
for
You guys
those
still
two.
keeping the certification up?
I'm sorry?
The certification, is it still getting the certification?
Yeah, they need licenses to do, so,
And I just want to add, Judge and Commissioners, that with those Buffalo turbines, the last time we used it, we cut our spraying time in half. So that, those two, well, now with the new other piece of equipment for the turbine, it's going to help us out a lot, even more.
Okay. And Teresa, I think we always do this, but let's go ahead and create our own little internal spreadsheet on hospital district changes so that we can track them. We've had two already. This was one of them, and the other one was the county attorney, okay?
And-
So
and
let's track 'em.
This is not workshop related, but if you can, one,
Yes, sir.
I know you provide us updates when you've sprayed, but is there a way of tracking the effectiveness of this compared to the previous technique? I don't
Yes,
know if
sir.
there's a way to measure that.
Yes, sir.
Right,
Vic-
but if you can, and I don't want it done now because it's not part of the workshop, but
Yes,
if
sir.
you can provide us something just in writing or anything like that, that would be helpful, I think, just to kind of share that with the community and anyone to ask, and also maybe use during budget requests going before the hospital district board or
Yes, sir.
anyone else.
We can put something together. I know Victor's been keeping track, or kept track when they were using the piece of equipment. So I'll get with Victor and make sure that we take care of it.
And
Thank you.
I think you should go ahead and work with Ida and Belinda to get on that next agenda very quickly, and you guys go, since y'all are the experts in it. The other thing, I would say on, just a quickie, but to tag team on what Commissioner Mata said, we have a new public information officer, so go and meet him, and when you're ready to spray, you give him a heads up as to what the calendar could look like, because you have an anticipation, and that way he can be ready with those I mean, they're all the same, right? Except for you're gonna change a date, but we're gonna be spraying, I mean, he could have his holding statements ready for when we spray. Or unfortunately, when public health comes up with this mosquito is tested positive for, St. Louis encephalitis or whatever.
What
Okay,
area is
so
gonna be sprayed?
we've tackled,
Sir?
What areas they're gonna spray? No, he can inform the public.
Yes,
right.
yes, yeah,
He's
we
just
can,
saying what
inform
areas.
them. And then I think what we've done, Judge and Commissioners, is, if I'm not mistaken, we're sending y'all updates on a map. I know there were small maps, but it's just to kind of show what they've been spraying. Like, say if they sprayed today, you'll get an email tomorrow telling you what they sprayed within your, what sectors were sprayed.
Okay.
So once we start doing that, you'll start getting that information again.
right? Let's tackle there's method to my madness here, I'm trying to finish the ones that I know we can finish, okay? Environmental enforcement,
I just have one more item for vector control.
Go ahead.
They need computers. They currently have 2 old computers that they're using, and there's 3 technicians. I'd like to replace the 2 and add a new one for the 3rd technician. And I know there's a program to update the computers, but their computers right now, they have a software that helps them with the mosquito, the mosquito count, where they give you the maps and what sectors, and it's kind of slowing down the computer because the computers are old and they kind of are having trouble.
Yeah, yes, and they're also, the microscopes that they use are tied to their computers when they're analyzing the insects or the mosquitoes. All that's being put into the computer. And since they have a newer microscope, it's kind of slowing down the process with the old computer.
Okay, just so you know, anything that's resource, it's a given. I mean, it's just a matter of putting it in the queue, right? I mean, if you demonstrate that your chair is broken, if your desk is broken, if your computer is faulty or not in keeping, exactly, you just ask for it, and it doesn't have to wait till budget. In fact, it's helpful if it doesn't wait till budget. Because it takes a while for anything to come in. And, but we're logging it all in and. Okay? So.
Thank you very much.
All right, so you're ready to pass the torch to environmental?
You're gonna go do environmental and then we'll get Chris.
Okay.
Okay, start.
So environmental's 5220.
5220, and we do have a personnel request form for environmental. And we're trying to bring one of the officers to a senior environmental enforcement officer to oversee that department. And we currently have a environmental enforcement that we want to bring up to another step. They're both 20s right now. We're trying to bring them up to a 21 and a 22. And then we're requesting for 2 more officers. We currently have an officer that is being funded through the ARPA, but once that funding is not available anymore, we'd like to bring him in as in another environment, full-time to the department. He's been real helpful. They're using him to help them out go out in the field, do paperwork. So it would be really good to kind of bring him, once the funding for the ARPA is over, to bring him aboard again.
Okay. But you are asking for the continuation of the ARPA officer?
Right.
Okay. Okay. Guys, any questions with regards to this? So in addition to the 1, you're asking for 2 more,
Yes.
right? I mean, just to separate it.
Well, is that going to include vehicles?
No.
No, that
Well,
doesn't.
we do have an extra vehicle for the one that we're having right now funded through ARPA, but we'll probably need 2 more responders if we bring the 2 environmental on board.
Okay, thank you.
I've got
Go
Chris
ahead.
Dorr here.
Go ahead, Chris.
Yes, that would be perfect, as Ms. Yolanda said, that has been, our help has been,
Use the mic.
oh, sorry. The additional officers that we have out in the field, it's been a
Tremendous.
tremendous burden lifted off us in order to drive from one end of the county to the other end of the county, and then
Good.
back to the office, and then back out for reinspection. This would alleviate a lot of, stress, where we could have an individual, having sectors or the precincts could be perfect. And as far as the units go, yes, we would need additional units.
Okay. Okay. All right.
I'd like to ask, just since we're talking about this, we've mentioned before, any discussion or how would it work to put these officers under collective bargaining?
I
Do
think,
we have a quick
I
answer
think
to
we
that?
have discussed that.
I mean, I know we have. I brought it up. I know most of us probably have at some point, but it's, like Ida mentioned earlier with her IT person, I can't imagine anyone doing the same job,
Yeah.
but because they're in a different department, they get excluded.
Right.
Right, and so I think that should apply for IT. I think that should apply for anyone in law enforcement. And so I don't know what that takes, and I don't know if that really directly impacts this budget for this year. But that's something that I wish that we would try to get answered before the the budget so that we can figure that out, because
You know, Commissioner, that's a good point, and but Constable Rivera is willing to work with us also on that.
I believe
And,
precinct 5 as well.
Precinct 5 also.
Correct.
You know, where they would actually be under their commission, but assigned to Public Works, right? And I think Commissioner, Constable Sherwood already, I think doesn't he sponsor somebody that's under his commission?
Yes, yes. What happens is, there's been a lot of misconception of us just, being, how do I say this? Just being with a civilian. But ultimately, we fall under the constable for the law enforcement. So.
Yeah, I think that's the way, I think I'll go back and visit again with Constable Rivera, see what he says.
So the answer to your
Constable
question.
5, you know.
But the answer to your question is we're due to have those dialogues and that contract in this next fiscal year, Commissioner Modis, and so that's the appropriate time to do it. So it's coming up next year. So this is the time to talk about it, but the actual process actually will take place in '23. So,
Well, it could be taken, early 23 or maybe late 22, but it all depends how you can work it out. I mean, I think it's workable.
I think as long as we, make sure we continue to talk about that, I just wanted to make sure if it was gonna be included, that we figure it out before this budget's over, but I agree, if we can do more
Yeah.
aggressive in 22 or early 23, then that makes sense, and then, of course, it would be the 23-24 budget that we would
correct.
include. in.
You contract for the next fiscal year, and if you change the contract before, it's not for them, you're changing it all across the board. So trust me when I say that, let's call them in and we can talk about it. It'll take time anyway to make sure it's to your satisfaction, but it's the right thing to do, and it just needs to be done during the contract period. Otherwise, you will not be able to fund the contract. It's all cyclical. It all goes on the cycle. So I think it's a good plan.
I think this is a good move, Judge. Our county is growing. We're getting a bigger population out there. So we need more law enforcement out there on both sides, whether it be Sheriff Hooper or this guy's. Our county is growing, so we need to service it as well. Thank you. You guys are doing a good job.
Thank you, sir.
Okay, thank you. All right, so that's on that piece of it. Just give me 1 second. Go ahead. I'm gonna mark some notes here. And we're still just working on one clerk, correct? Guys, just one clerk?
Yes, ma'am. We were still back in, I think we were discussing this back in October, November,
Right.
this timeframe. You had asked us to see if we could go automated.
Right.
In order, so we could reallocate the position, the secretary.
Correct. You still
And-
like that?
Yeah, we'd love that, as
Okay.
far as, reallocating that,
Okay.
the position.
All right, so that's all on here, so, okay.
Thank
All
you.
right, I think that helps. Okay, thank you. Anybody else? Okay, I think we have time for McKenzie Jail Annex, and then if it's all right with you guys, we'll break for, well, let's see how, let's do McKenzie Jail Annex next.
I just wanted to finish the operating expenses for environmental
Okay,
enforcement. I'm
go
sorry.
ahead.
I just wanted an increase for the illegal dumping, for the last 2 years. Unfortunately, that line item has gone over. We did this year try to do the tire roundup, cleanup, and that went really well. We did end up spending around almost 13 to 15,000 in that tire roundup. 1,500, and 5,000 of it that was used from the grant, and so the rest of it, different commissioners and inland parks assisted in helping fund the overage of that roundup. But I still need a little bit more for the illegal dumping.
And then, Judge and Commissioners, the reason Yolanda or we're requesting this is because when we did the tire roundup, we picked up over 1,500 tires. And a week after that, we found another 100 tires on the same spot that we picked up tires. we picked up another 100 tires that somebody left on the side of the road.
It's a cycle, man.
I know, Commissioner, but that's the reason why cost is going up.
Okay,
And I was just trying to say that tires is one of the hardest things for us to try to
You're right.
you track. It's very, very hard, and for us to, you know, for how thin we're spread,
right.
it's
And-
hard for us to be.
And this is like, you know, neither here nor there, but in the world of you at least care and, you know, you're innovative. I mean, why not this calendar year explore an innovative idea where we incentivize others to bring tires to one location? I mean, that's where you're gonna get, if people walk the beach to pick up cans, they will bring a tire to you if you incentivize them to do it. And there is a mathematical dollar amount that makes it easier for us to pay them than it does for us to, you know, fund the zigzagging around. And those programs are, you know, you guys brought it to us, actually. I think you all are the ones that, or somebody, or did you do
I've been researching this
that?
for 7 years now. I've been on, 6 years I've been on court, and I was told my first year that it was illegal, that we cannot do it in the state of Texas to do a tire buyback like you find in Florida and other states. But I think that's something that could easily be done as a local bill, Judge.
Yeah, that's a local bill.
And we can get that added on. If we cannot do it, maybe I don't think I've asked Ms. Dorsey, since she's been on board, to
Look at
look
it.
to see if there's anything that's maybe changed with that. But when I first came on, there's a tire buyback that, like the judge said, it's incentivized, and it's still a limited amount, but that you actually pay for citizens submitting or turning in tires, used tires, and I think the max is 5 to avoid any commercial people dealing with that. And then you pay so much amount per tire. It's actually cheaper in the long run by buying those tires back, getting them at a certain location, rather than having to go and hunt them down. And people would rather go and take them in than just dump them on the side of the road. So I don't know if that's something that, I mean, we don't need a quick answer on, but over maybe the next few months, if maybe you can reassess that and then let us know if that's maybe a legislative route we need to take, or if it's something that we can do, because then I would definitely like to see that added on as a line item for budget if we can. But if we can't, then we'll get it fixed by, you know, next legislative session and then be ready to.
We'll do that.
And I'd like to just inform the judge that, to let you know, I believe we did have a day or two where the citizens could go and drop off the tires
Yes.
at the location, but a few of them chose to just drop them back off at the same point that we
Horrible.
picked them up. So
What
just
would
to
keep-
let you know that we did
Yeah,
attempt to do
we
it.
attempted it.
What would keep the people from kind of turning it into a business? If we're gonna be paying them to bring tires in, what would keep them from going back and throwing some more tires out?
I believe maybe if they get, I was still thinking about, if we gave them, you know, a little further notice, you know, in advance, hey, you can bring the tires to us, just.
Yeah,
a lot
I
of
think we
people-
did that one, didn't we?
Yeah, we
Oh.
did. We attempted to, I should say, but I don't think there was
Well,
enough notice out there.
Yeah, and the other thing is that I mean, again, we're kind of deviating, but since we don't get to talk like this very often, but
Yes, ma'am.
the environmental groups would totally be a great partner here. They may even have funding where the incentive comes from an outside agency to get these types of environmental hazards, you know, out of where they're not supposed to be and in the right part for recycling. Could be a way that we could avoid the law, you know, violating the existing law and letting them be the incentive. I mean, in other words, they're the partner. And that's just something that we had not explored yet. But again, I mean, on a national level, this is a huge concept.
Right, and that's where part of the grant for the tire roundup
Correct.
came from what we
Right.
put in for.
Just kind of
Real,
exploring.
real quick, what about, have we ever tried putting cameras or putting signs out that just says surveillance?
You know, we got a little donation for some cameras. We put some cameras out. We had one shot up with a shotgun. We've had 2 stolen. We
Yeah.
had one up on Ross Alley, gone. We'd had one on 35.
Terrible.
You know, destroyed.
County Road
So
35.
it's hard for us to, you know, take this money out.
Well, and which brings me to, Well, how are you guys doing on this? I think we probably need take our little break, but is that good? Okay, but here, just then stay with me. I'll finish the thought since we're gonna break and we'll do annex later and building maintenance later. Okay. So GIS, I know Ms. Monsiváis has moved on. I know that's an open spot. I really want you to consider moving GIS out of your department, even if you're the supervisor. I don't know, maybe we could be creative, but if you really want a modern, smart county, you'll recognize that GIS is a great way with drone technology to really get a sense of what's going on. You can't, I mean, if you shoot a drone, you're gonna be in violation of probably multiple FAA laws. You know, I mean, I'm just thinking that the future belongs to GIS and technology. And it's no disrespect, but putting it under y'all's wing hasn't given us, it does not give the latitude that we need. There's an interface between the public works through new roads and new, that's no doubt. But if you really want to see how other counties are doing it, smart counties, they use that technology for all departments. No one even knows that person existed. No one even knows it because it's stuck. And if you'll highlight it and bring it out front, and again, not spending $1 more at this moment, but the future belongs to geographical information.
Judge, the GIS person that we have stays busy pretty much throughout the whole day. And the reason behind that is because what they're doing is they're taking in data that's coming from the field, work orders, project completions, and what they're doing is they're updating the data on a daily basis on GIS. That's the reason why GIS was set aside for public works a while back. Am I correct in saying that, Yolanda? And that's the reason why it's been in under our umbrella. And in regards to drones, at the end of the month, we're getting a 5-day course for my staff because we have a drone, and that drone, what it does is also does surveying. So what we're going to do is have a 5-day class at the end of this month, so that way our plan is to get our environmental enforcement, some of our staff, to get certified to be able to fly the drone by FAA and get their, I think it's a 101 certification. So that's in the plan already, and it's going to be done at the end of this month. I know that pulling GIS from us is going to hurt us. It's going to hurt Public Works. They're the ones that do our mapping, and they're the ones that are going to do the AutoCAD, because GIS is also part of our AutoCAD software that they use in order to do some of these maps. So in pulling GIS from our department, just to let you know, Judge and Commissioners, it's going to hurt our department.
As usual, there's a jump to conclusions. I'm not suggesting it be pulled out. You need GIS in order to achieve the work that you just said that's being done. But that's not what GIS can do for a county. GIS has tremendous applications, none of which are being utilized here. I am not suggesting that you lose somebody for GIS. I'm suggesting that GIS be its own entity of which they send somebody to you. It's just not, it's old school and it's not modern. And GIS can do amazing things for this county on information that's clearly being missed right now. And that's my point. You should consider celebrating the idea that there could be greater information that would help in all realms, from social services all the way to public works. That's what you literally just confirmed for me why I think GIS is backwards. Nevertheless, I'm not suggesting GIS be taken from public works. I'm suggesting that GIS is way too important to neglect its future ramifications. There's whole conferences just on GIS, and we're just underutilizing the technology for the future.
So there was one thing, ma'am, and to answer your question, Commissioner, one of the things that we have been looking at are the Wi-Fi cameras, or not just Wi-Fi cameras, but the mobile cameras.
Mobile.
And what they do is they go ahead and they snap, in concession of 3 photos, or, they can take a video where we can upload them on our phone and access them anytime. And if anything were to happen to the camera, it would automatically upload a file to the cloud, which would allow us to have real-time data and see maybe what happened,
Mhm.
who did what. That's something we're gonna be looking into, but
That's good.
we'll see what happens.
Okay, all right, well, thank you for that. I guess it's a good time to, the annex, I feel, has so much to talk about, so, right? The annex, do you want to, we'll pause here so we can have our real lunch from 12 to 1? It's such a quick. Yeah, we'll pause. That way, when we come back, if you'll note, we'll do the annex and we'll do this building super. Anything else that we
And
have?
engineering.
And of course, engineering, it's a big, big task. But we got through a lot and you helped us get ahead of the afternoon. Thank you.
Thank you.
We'll see you guys back for lunch, after lunch. Okay, let's get started then, exactly where we left off. Okay, so we can start off then with, if you want, you can pick, but you want to do McKinsey Annex or building? Let's do McKinsey Annex then. We'll get you.
Tag team.
Yes, we're ready.
You gotta put the mic on.
Thank you, Bridget. Okay, for the McKenzie Annex, we do have a personnel request form. We're just bringing the current foreman to a building facility superintendent for the outlying buildings. He pretty much manages and coordinates all the contractors for the facilities out in the outlying buildings.
What happened?
Yeah, go ahead. No, and Judge and Commissioners, this is just for our foreman right now. I know right now he's taking care of all the buildings. I think we have, 16 buildings, including all the precincts and some of our other buildings that we maintain. And the foreman right now is handling coordination with contractors and also making sure that the AC is on and make sure water's running. Pretty much what Bobby does here for this courthouse. And we would like to recommend them to increase the pay increase on that one.
On the foreman?
Yes, sir, to go from a foreman to a building facility superintendent for the outlying buildings.
Facility.
And just so I know, is there anything in between? Like, is there any other title that would fall somewhere in between?
I don't think we have anything.
Don't think we
Okay, just checking.
Yeah, I don't think we have anything
From
in
for-
between.
From foreman to soup.
To super. Okay. Okay. All righty.
Okay, and then Nora will do the operating expenses.
Okay, great.
And on the operating expenses, Judge, is only, we're only asking actually 3,000 more for tools and repairs for the fire extinguishers.
Right.
Yeah, and then, and we're also asking for like about 3,000 for some general operating supplies.
Yeah.
And that's it, actually, for the seven.
And really, on the fire extinguishers, I don't think you even should have to have that come out of your budget at all. That should come from the jail itself. I mean, it's fire extinguishers for the jail, right?
No, this is for the Mackenzie.
I'm sorry, for the
We're
annex,
going
it's
for
the other jail.
annex, Yes, yes.
Jail two.
Yes.
Yeah. Yeah, okay, I'm gonna circle building extinguishers, just, I think that should be, okay, that sounds modest, all right?
Just,
Anything else for us there? Nothing?
that's it for the Mackenzie Annex.
Okay, super. Any questions for anybody on annex? If not, we can move on to Building superintendent,
Yeah,
which is 1570.
okay. Oh, yeah. Personal request for that.
Okay, we also have a personal request for, let me find that page. Yes, we also have a personnel request form for your consideration in the Building Superintendent Department, 1570. We want to bring the current construction engineer, the construction project engineer, to bring him up to the same group as our mechanical engineer in our road and bridge department. And then we are requesting one more HVAC mechanical system tech to help out the current HVAC. We'd like to have one here on site, here at the courthouse, and then the other one to assist with the outlying buildings. And then we'd like to request 2 more mechanical maintenance workers, and then 4 more maintenance workers, and 2 mechanical maintenance 2 workers. And we'd like to add a new positions, custodians, 4 custodians. We'd like to have custodians permanently here at the courthouse during regular operation hours, so that we can always have a custodian to be going throughout the courthouse cleaning. We'd like to have one from 7 to 4 and one to 8 to 5, so we could always have a custodian here to be cleaning the restrooms, cleaning the elevators, the stairways, and maybe when we have the contract, the janitorial contract service, that could maybe cut down on some costs on that contract. Any questions?
Too many to begin, but I'll just leave it at that. Okay, thank you.
The guy you're gonna do for the maintenance, is that a new person or what?
Which is that, Commissioner, I'm sorry?
The maintenance, is that a new person?
The HVAC maintenance mechanical?
Yeah, no, the one going for the courthouse, or the one that you're gonna work at the courthouse, cleaning and.
Oh, the custodians, Commissioner?
Right.
Yeah, those would be daytime custodians, and it would be from pretty much from 7 to 4. That way they can come in, maintain the restrooms, make sure that there's paper towels in the stalls, make sure that there's toilet paper in the stalls, make sure that if there's any spills or anything, that we can automatically contact them and designate them to wherever they need to get designated to.
How many, two or 3?
We're requesting 4, Commissioner.
4.
Yes,
So
sir.
what you're saying is that you want to control custodial versus a contract. You couldn't have a contract and this.
Yes, ma'am, and that's something that.
You're doing
that-
a switch.
That's something that if we would end up taking over under Public Works, we'd like to remove that from the contract. Whoever the potential contractor is going to be, request that those 4 personnel would be removed, so we can save some costs, and also we can have them here working from 8 to 5 and make sure that we do have the 4 custodians working from 8 to 5 continuously.
Let's just address that separately, because we actually have an RFP out. It would have been good to know this before the RFP, or you can use the RFP to compare and contrast, but it's not just the 4 people, it's who's going to delegate those duties, who's going to manage them. How do you see that?
That'll be our facility maintenance manager.
Who is that?
That'll be under Bobby. Bobby will be overseeing these, if they're approved, they'll be overseeing these 4 custodians. In addition, we also have staff that can also, I know if Bobby's not in, then we have other staff that can also oversee the custodians.
Juan,
Yes, sir.
will this also include I know you're asking for 4 custodians, and will it also include a maid, so she'd be able to serve as the ladies' restrooms?
Yes, it'll be pretty much like a day porter, Commissioner, that would be continuously cleaning the restrooms.
Yes, I know they do need them.
Yes, sir.
I've seen in the public restrooms where some of the stalls don't have paper and people are asking for help, somebody get them paper. So
Yes, yes, sir.
maybe we can solve that problem.
Yes, sir.
So you're asking for, what is your total here
Total amount for the custodians or for the
for the
total?
custodians?
121, 556.
That's base?
Yeah.
That's just base.
missing the
You're missing benefits there.
Correct. That's just base. It will be just base.
Plus, you're missing, what you really ought to do, if you really think that's a good idea, you ought to break that down into its own budget. Because that's how it needs to be done. You need to factor in benefits, uniforms, supplies, all those things that go in. I mean, it's
we can-
not for people and you just go to town and
And we can do that, Judge. We can
Let's
break-
do
we
it.
can- We can break it down.
why don't you
to-
break
to
it down
its
and,
own-
and you're welcome to bring it back, even though we're not in budget workshop. We've got some dates that are set aside, like for just to receive information
Yes, ma'am, we
in
can do that.
July, and it will give us enough time to get that RFP out and to see,
It's a comparison.
and to compare, as to what it looks like and,
Right now, the 4 positions plus benefits is 148,444.
148.
148.
148 for, and that pay grade is what?
They're at a pay group at 12.
13,
I mean,
13 range.
has it at 12, yeah.
Pay group 13?
yeah, so it's what, 14.80 an hour,
Yeah.
15.10?
Pay group 13.
Pay grade 13 is probably what,
You
15?
had 12 in the form, so.
What's 12? Oh, okay. Oh, we're looking at the wrong one.
Yes, it's a 12.
Oh, my glasses. Yeah, I need my glasses. There you go.
Okay. All right. Okay, so
15, 15.
anything else you want to add here? On the construction engineer, you want to switch them to be the, what did you say on that one?
It's
You-
just to bring him up.
To the
this-
ME position,
Correct.
to make it level?
To make it level, yes.
That's Bert right now?
Yes, that
Yeah.
is correct.
Okay. Okay,
And then Judge and Commissioners, on the HVAC, Mechanical Systems Tech 2, I know we have one right now, and he's pretty much working, I hate to say it, but he's pretty much working 24/7. I mean, he stays pretty busy, especially right now with the heat and the AC's going out. He's staying busy, and we're saving some monies because we have him staffed it here. And by having another one, we can probably save some more monies by not hiring outside contractors to assist us with that.
again, what would be helpful there is if you'll break it down, you can basically showcase the buildings that they're responding to the most, so that we can see how that would be appropriated. It's just like insurance. If you actually know what building is costing you what, then you can parcel out those dollars that are needed for those buildings, and we can do a better job of budgeting for you rather than it coming out of just one budget. If it's gonna be servicing, let's just say, Calderon, I mean, it just depends what it is servicing.
Yeah, I mean, you have Calderon, you have Precinct 1, Precinct 2.
So what you're saying, really
Yeah.
what it is both be serving all the buildings.
It'll service all the
They'll-
buildings,
They'll be going in different directions.
They'll
so-
be roving everywhere, yes, sir.
Okay, so I guess you may need a list of all the buildings then, I guess, and.
Yes, sir.
And see,
Well, the one is doing it already,
right,
so this would be just a companion to the,
just to make it easier and to make it faster. And don't call nobody in.
Yes, sir.
okay. All right, anything else you want to add here? If not, we can move to engineering. Or which one would you like to move to?
Nora's going to do the operating expenses.
All right. Go ahead.
On the operating supplies, Judge, we're just asking like 7,000. That is also just for the central supplies that small equipment repairs for the grounds and, okay. And then, for the tables and chairs that we're also, requesting, replacement for all those old chairs and tables.
The ones on the second floor?
Not really, it's the one that they use for the events.
Oh, those?
Yes, yes,
Okay.
yeah, for special events and,
Yeah, just regular
Yeah,
tables
just
and
regular,
chairs for special events.
those are, yeah, furniture and things like that. Yes.
Furniture is not for purchasing.
Got it.
And then for the small equipment repairs, we're only asking for 5,000 more. That's also for the tools, supplies, and some repairs for, equipment. And then, the gasoline, they put, an additional $500 just for, with the gas increases right now, so they added that, $500. And then the one for the maintenance and repairs, this is the one that, some of the buildings, that they requested. For, for medical examiner, we put like 50,000 for just like the ongoing renovations and repairs that they're going on.
But
at
we
this time.
appropriated that already.
Yeah, but there might
Yeah,
be some.
there must be, after the fact, sometimes, judge, there are some small repairs still that,
From HVAC to, it can be HVAC, it can be, sidewalks, it can be,
Yeah.
it can be HVACs, it can be sidewalks, it can be anything that is part of the maintenance.
I'm thinking. I mean, I could say that for any building in this whole county. I don't know. Go ahead. I mean, I don't agree with that. Go ahead.
All right,
I mean,
and
I
then-
can't do that because if you would do that to every building, I mean, you can't anticipate. You'll just have to come and something breaks, you'll have to bring it to us. I mean, we can't say, oh, we're gonna appropriate, which we just did. We appropriated 50 and then another 50 and, I-
Yeah, and then
unless you know something, let us know.
Yes, ma'am, the 50 that was appropriated was from the building funds.
Correct.
And then the other 50 was also appropriated from building. So,
And now you want it back.
no, then we want it back. We want to make sure that we keep,
Why not?
we keep
That's what
on-
he's doing.
No, that we kept on improving the facility. I mean, I know that if it happens that a new building is constructed, I mean,
Yeah.
it's not gonna be tomorrow, right? If you're really looking at it in management style, you're probably looking about a year away if everything gets approved tomorrow.
2 years.
So, yes, ma'am, depending
Yeah.
on the
No,
construction.
I agree. I'm just
So-
saying, I don't
so
know.
we just wanna make sure
It's
that.
gonna need a lot of repairs.
Yes, and then we still got some sidewalks in the front, and we still got some paving in the front that it's gonna have to get done, so this is part of the $50,000 also. So, I mean, in fairness, I mean, we put 100K, another 50, that would be great.
Okay.
And then we're also requesting for the Mackenzie Annex judge, like 100,000 for replacing roof for the 3 buildings. This little 3 buildings for the community correction facility, the Hope and the Right building. They really needed some roof.
And that's 100,000?
100,000 that they allocated.
Yeah,
you know,
I'm
if we
gonna
can
suggest,
request.
that we do that, but that we do that with COs 21, when we finally get when it all shakes out, we're gonna have some unallocated. I'm gonna mark that down as you need it, but it doesn't need to come from budget. So let me work with you on that.
Okay.
I think we have a different source of, if it's just 100, if you really think that's a good cost estimate, you think that's pretty good? I think we can help you there.
Okay.
That way doesn't affect your
Yeah, the
budget.
Yeah.
Mhm. Can put
And
that somewhere
then-
else.
For the historical courthouse,
Mm-hmm.
we are asking for like 150,000 for
Mm-hmm.
like trash removal, the cleaning, some lightings, and painting.
Yeah,
So
okay.
150,000 that, we're requesting for that one.
And Yeah, and just so you guys know, I go there almost every other day, and I was gonna write an email, but since I have you here, bottom floor, west entrance, bottom windows, plywood's fallen through. We just need to look at that. I mean, just, yeah, those bottom, west facing. Okay,
Okay.
I think that one has a lot of merit from a safety and security, but I'm wondering if maybe we could explore something there. I need to. Okay,
And for the building maintenance, mechanical maintenance, Judge, we're asking like 435,000 for upgrading some electrical upgrade, security lightings, fixtures, replacement of some grinders.
this one here, this main building
Main building and the jail.
and jail.
Yeah.
Okay,
For the security lightings. And then grinders, blades for the motors.
Yeah,
for
for
that.
the lift station, we need some lift station
Yeah.
improvements.
And then electrical repairs
yeah, I'm for all of those
Yeah.
things too.
and cleaning of the AC vents.
Cleaning of the AC vents, okay, just throughout,
Throughout.
okay. But that's all contained in that 435 number? Okay,
435 or 5?
435, well, plus the 100, 535, okay. I think all that's necessary. I just don't know if we can use electrical upgrades also for the COs, if that's possible. I think it could be possible. Okay,
And then Calderon needs also a roof replacement
I
for the
know.
whole building. And
I'm with
then-
you on that one.
Yes, and they're also asking for the floors to replace it.
What do you think the cost on the floors is?
We just put like 60,000.
About 60,000.
60,000. But
Okay.
then for the roof, it's like 700.
I know, that's the killer.
Yes, ma'am, and, just want to make sure that the 60K is just for the tax office. It's not the whole
Oh,
facility.
they have carpet,
Correct.
yeah. Okay,
And then the last one will gonna be the Kitsch Library. They have this.
it was so
AC.
much better before lunch. Go ahead.
And they want this upgrade for the chillers, for the AC. And then they're also asking for floors. Replacement.
Yeah,
for
and you
flooring.
know, we talked about that on the floors. I think it's, again, just for those administrative offices that have the carpet. I went and looked at it. At least maybe we could phase that in. If you're doing Calderon tax office, maybe you can buy enough. The economies of scale, do you contract that out or do you do it yourself?
We contract it out.
So you might, you're in the same city. It might, with one contractor, that might work better for you than piecemealing it, to do both those at the same time. Okay. The HVAC on the chiller, what was the price on that?
They put 950,000.
Yeah, that's not gonna happen this year. I mean, again, all of these are not budget requests. They are, but they're really capital improvement requests. And we need to, the reason it's so important to understand that is because if we can work a CO, then those are the types of eligible activities that need to be brought forth so that we know, hey, we don't really have $5 million software problem. We really have a $10 million county problem, that if that chiller goes down or that roof goes down, you can't function. So to me, I know you put them in budget so you get our awareness, and that's really helpful. But I really would like to see them placed in our immediate needs if there's any unallocated dollars that come back out from any project, which I do think there's going to be. But we may have to choose which roof. I don't think we could do 2 roofs. At least not one calendar year. Which one's in worse shape, one? Calderon or Keach?
I would do, Judge, I would recommend Calderon.
Okay,
Yep. Yes, ma'am. I
all
would.
right. and then maybe the next year Keach. Is Keach leaking, or is it an age situation?
No, the Kitch Library didn't have it's only floor for the Kitch Library, not roof.
Oh, I'm sorry, it was
Yeah.
HVAC.
The one
Forgive
that-
me. You're right, it was HVAC.
The one that also needing for roof is the Mackenzie, those three offices. Yeah.
Right, those three, the correctional and the, it's not, that was the 100,000, that's not so much. Okay. All right. Well, that's good awareness comprehensively. Well, you're the biggest department, so you have the biggest needs. That's just how it works. Okay. Well, for fear that it gets worse from here, did we choose wisely as engineering next?
Right.
We should have done that one first.
That's what I'm thinking. All right, go ahead. That's what I thought when I remembered. Go ahead, though, it's all right.
And
You've
then-
prepped us well.
And then, Judge, we're asking for 6,000 for some asbestos testing and analysis inspections. And then adding also 6,000 for uniforms and rental for all those uniform things. That's just 6,000 that we're asking. And then the other services, we're asking for 50,000 for moving furnitures, for especially for when they are doing the floor. Most of them, they want to add, for those services.
Yeah,
for
you're saying the
moving services.
contractors, they want to add.
Because
Yeah.
they don't, sometimes they don't want to do it, so we
Exactly.
require another,
Okay,
yeah. And then, for the training for the technicians, 2,000 additional for, just for training and seminar. And that's it.
okay. Well,
Got it?
we're ready to,
That's it.
Rock and roll.
okay, so anything else? We're good there? We can transition now? Go ahead.
Now we're going to go to, we also have a personnel request form for engineering for your consideration. We have for the Director of Public Works, and we're also asking for 2 project managers to assist with needed, that'll have knowledge for requirements needed for the ADA accessibility and other project renovations.
Development Director. Project Manager. So that's
Okay, anything
133
else?
for both project managers or what?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Okay, thanks.
And these would be people that you would try to hire for a time frame, or for, like, while we're doing this big ADA, or you're thinking that, is this forever?
Well, hopefully forever, because I know we're having some projects coming up, and I know we have some road projects coming up.
Okay,
And we can, multi-use them, in other projects that we have
Okay.
within our staff. So,
Okay.
so we'll keep them busy.
alrighty. Okay. What else, Ms. Yolanda? What else do you see there?
And then in the operating, I have operating budget for engineering.
Mm-hmm.
Let me find that page. No, where's my page? Sorry. Oh, no. Sorry. Do I have the operating budget for engineering?
I think we modified anything, right, Julie?
You did, I had the,
121?
mm-hmm. I just realized I didn't flag that one.
We didn't? I probably don't have it.
I'm
If you
sorry.
send it to me, I can pull it up.
Yeah. I'm sorry. No, it's Road and Bridge. I'm sorry, for some reason, I don't have the operating page for the engineering. But I think our, hold on, let me see, hold on. Sorry. Paperwork, engineering. Okay. For the operating, for the main thing that I had for the operating expenses for engineering was we're needing to archive and do the indexing of all the maps that we have, not only in our office, we have a storage room there where we have tons of filing cabinets that have maps that are in folders, and we have more maps that are in hangars, and filing cabinets are in the 6th floor. And we reached out to a company called CoFile, just to help us to see how much it would cost to start indexing and putting all the maps. And they gave us a quote of $185,000 just to start. And it's just to start, just to give you an idea of what it's gonna take for us to start indexing and archiving all those files that we have. We have
Have
very
they ever
old.
been done before? No?
No, it hasn't been done, and we've been wanting to do this. We finally got some, locate somebody.
Okay, Daryl's like saying maybe he can talk to you.
No, and we have been talking to Daryl.
Oh, you have been talking to Daryl.
This was before we talked to Daryl, and we've been coordinating with Daryl afterwards.
Okay.
And I know that we've been talking about it, and we went through the process and kind of showed him all our files that we want to get scanned in. So Daryl's been helping us out. also
Okay,
with that.
super.
So thanks, Daryl.
Okay,
We had already done this before we talked to
Daryl.
Daryl.
Okay, got it. Okay. What else we got? That's it?
I think that was it. That was our main thing for engineering.
Alrighty. Okay, well, we went through a ton, and I'm glad we gave you the time beforehand, because we needed it.
Thank you, Judge. Thanks, Commissioners.
Yeah.
Appreciate it. Thank you for everything.
Okay, thank you very much.
Thank
And
you,
so
Judge.
we're
Thank
gonna go on to our next
I
one.
just got it.
Just give me a second, because I turned.
Nice try.
Yeah.
Okay, so next we have Daryl, and he's got multiple departments under his wing, which is IT, records management, records imaging, and county records. And then after Daryl, we'll have risk management and NCDC. And my wish is just for you to let them know, they really should just be here, at least 20 minutes before their scheduled time. Just to be extra cautious. Okay, thanks, Daryl.
Thank you, sir.
What order do you want me to bring them up?
Well, looky there, he's here already.
This one, and then that one, and then that one?
This one, that one semi-simultaneously.
Okay, well, that's gonna be trickier to pull them up with the shared screen, but I'll try.
Okay.
Don't bounce around too much. Did not, but I can forward them the emails.
And Daryl, just whenever you're ready, you can start, just whenever you're.
Okay, Connie, if you'll put up the trunk, 1240 trunk file there first.
Okay. That one?
Yes, can you go to the first page?
No.
All right. And then the next page? Okay, all right, and hover over that little yellow, this will be page 3 for those that have the full packet that was sent to them. And of course, this is going to be on the position, the personnel request form first. And this correlates to the first document that you were given on the, it starts out with the IT organizational structure. When I came in, the IT department was split between applications and infrastructure. And then we had the CIO and the deputy CIO. So that split form of operating, we want to kind of move away from and go into more of a one structure type of environment. So kind of reading off of this document here, the more effective approach. With those two strands, application and infrastructure, that of course would have to have 2 manager positions over each one. So with the CIO and the deputy CIO, that's kind of like having 4 managers in the IT department. And since we're more technically driven, what we want to do is split out. And so the one of the managers, the one that's over applications, we want to relieve of managing personnel and be more involved in managing projects. So they'll be more technically oriented, and that person has a pretty heavy IT background that will fit that better. The other manager position then will get redefined, and we'll talk about the actual positions as we move on. But it will serve also as head of IT operations, so that and that's where we bring all of the entire IT staff all together as a department, but that's physically as well, because y'all know we've been split, and we want to get everybody back to the to one side of the facility. And I think we'll all be closer. And as it says here, it'll form a stronger team, and everybody will have expanded roles within IT operations, make us more effective, make sure everybody's equally busy, as in very busy. And so that's kind of a little overview of how organizational structure is and how it ties into these position changes that we're looking at. So what I'm requesting, and I only have one personnel request form, which is out of the 1240 budget. So none of the other budgets will be having any of these forms on, and everything is on this one form. So what I'm going to be asking for, and I know that in talking about these positions, some of the cleanup after this, where we'll get back into the July discussions, I'll be speaking with auditor's office and the HR department as well, as we work on these position descriptions and the salaries we're looking at, and exactly how it works. So I want to present it here just on how it affects budget. So what we'll be looking at is moving the manager network services, kind of getting rid of that position and replacing it with the Chief Information Security Officer, or a CISO. This is a more modern position that's extremely popular out there across the whole globe, because these are your primary cybersecurity people. What's significant about this, getting this position in place at the county, is that you really need this position established to really participate with other CISOs and CISO organizations, more specifically, where you can it forms a lot of partnerships with organizations out there, as well as with the state. I was recently at a conference or a workshop where I had somebody from DIR, people from Homeland Security, and these are all CISO level people, and they're all affiliated with one another. And you can even work with these people where you're actually working with an actual cybersecurity company that leads to getting cybersecurity insurance. And when we partner like this, and we work together to make sure that we're well sound with our cybersecurity posture, that's when you're going to get your best rates. You kind of get blessed out there by the whole group of people that deal with cybersecurity. So it'd be a real good position to be in. And then this is the position that will serve as the head of IT operations also, because they already do that, and that's kind of how they grew up in the IT field, covering a lot of positions, and very strong in networking, because cybersecurity goes to all of it. So don't be misled that all they're doing is cybersecurity. They're really overseeing the IT operations like that. And we have someone that's actually been filling the role as a CISO person, has a lot of certifications in it and everything, because we don't have a choice. We have to be doing that. So I'm looking at lifting this position now to get it introduced into the county, compensate this person for what they have done, what they're doing, and even more so what they're going to be doing, because we're going to be working through this for the rest of this fiscal year and through the following fiscal year. Hopefully before the end of that one, we're going to be in pretty good shape. But as we start kicking in, I'll be coming to y'all with the ARPA funding bids that are going to come in, and then we'll really be moving along, because we've got a lot of work to do, and looking forward to getting it there.
And Daryl, I'm imagining that you've really like reimagined this office. I mean, are people enjoying this consolidation? I mean, I know it, like you have enough space, you're good. I mean, it's got to be great for morale, but what can you just tell us about that? Because that's a huge shift.
Yes, yeah, it's, they've all been very accepting of it.
Great.
Yes, they were spoken to individually, so we brought everybody together, told them what was going on, and then after that, followed up with one-on-one visits.
Okay.
And everybody was very receptive of
Good.
it, because they actually liked the opportunity to do more things. And I think some of them weren't as busy as they'd like to be, and most IT people like to stay busy, and that's kind of the attitude that we got out of them. So it was very positive.
And how many vacancies do you currently have?
None.
Great. You filled all the ones that when you came in, you had some vacancies, so you've done a good job of filling them.
Actually, we only, we hired one person, moved one person. There's only been one new person come in.
Okay.
Since I've been here. But everybody seems to be pretty happy too.
Good.
And, so I think when we come together that everybody just live happily ever after
Super.
together. And of course, as I've mentioned to you before, and we'll talk about that in the capital outlay, we are looking at bringing in the cubicle workstation design cubicles, but we'll talk about that in capital outlay. That will go with everybody being happy, because they'll have a good work environment.
Sounds good.
So, so anyway, that is it on that position. You can see that I'm just asking for a two-group increase on this person is what will be coming forth after I work with HR and the auditor's office on these kinds of changes. So the salary is listed in there, and the change, not too significant. And then another new position that I'm going to be wanting to bring in is a network engineer. We've just got these two positions in networking. One of them is a senior network special. It's kind of at the top in the networking area, and that's the position that really needs to be a network engineer. Call them what they are, and he's very good at what he does as well. And that's got a two-group step up on it that does not raise it too much there for him. And then that will allow us, we'll still keep the senior network specialist, and that's where I would like to move the person that right now is just a network specialist. He's come a long ways and is performing. He's working independently quite a bit, and we want him to stay around and continue to grow with the county. The fourth one there, which is the first covering a systems analyst position, this right here is more of a parity move. We've got somebody that is one of our systems analysts that is actually, he's been in IT for over 20 years, as I've got written here, and he's been in the county, with the county for over 10 years, and you can see that he's actually a a step 6 level with the county. And the last line there says it all. This is the most advanced and versatile analyst that I have right now. And so I sick him on a lot of projects, and it's kind of all over the place. And he handles it quite well. The last one on there is a system analyst that's actually retiring. So I'm only losing one through retirement.
Okay.
And that's actually Jackie Highfill. We may not get to see her much. She's got to use up some vacation time. So her final day will be around June 30th. And but like I said, she'll be burning up some vacation time because she probably needs to come through here for a little bit of recognition. She's been with the county for over 30 years. And she was in the district clerk's office when I worked here previously.
There's water right here.
And has done quite a wonderful job for the county, so she will be highly missed. But I've got enough systems analysts, okay? Just these two I have listed here aren't all the systems analysts in the department, but we oversee a lot of applications. And systems analysts with that title, they're fair game for doing just about anything. So what I want to do with this is, rather than hiring another systems analyst when Jackie retires, is I've already worked with HR on a position, gets a little lengthy there, but it covers a lot of territory. The audio visual interactive integration specialist. This person, you see that on my right up there, the main thing to look at is will fill the role of AV, web, Zoom, and VoIP, which is our voice over IP phone system. All of these areas actually integrate, and I came in, we've got some pretty elaborate AV setups like here in Commissioner's Court, the emergency management area for EOC operations. We want to do the same thing at the fairground, Keach Family Library that we're looking at setting up with AV equipment at the fairgrounds itself. So the list kind of goes on there, and you'll see that more in capital outlay where we could look at the list of those and kind of prioritize. But the real thing here is about that we bring in these AV outsourcing companies that do turnkey operations. They come in here like in here. They're from way out of town. They set up these real elaborate systems, and then they're gone. And so as soon as you have an issue, you want something else in, something breaks, something may seem like it's not working right. We need to understand how it operates better. Well, a lot of times it happens right in the middle of a function that's going on, and IT gets called, and we may actually be kind of lost on it, because if you look at everything, that you only see what you use mostly in here, but if you looked in the ceiling and throughout all of these, there's cables running through everything that you're sitting around, all the walls of everything. There's a comm closet right there outside that door. There's one outside here, and it's just loaded with equipment and wires and everything just going everywhere. And it can get very confusing real fast. Everything else around the county is a subset of what's going on in here in some form or fashion. But some of these other areas that we want to do, I've had the central jury room mentioned about adding a system like this in there, so that when we are going to have Commissioners Court meetings, that we know we've got agenda items that are going to pack in quite an audience, or if we're doing a forum or something like that, we need a bigger area. We have our own area that's designed for it and ready to do it. So I'm kind of looking at a position here that comes in with a background in that. That's what they do technically. So they work directly with the companies that are installing, and we still have to buy the equipment and have people come in and set it all up. But this person will be directly involved and be like a project lead for it, so that they fully understand what got set up. They know how to operate it. They can train on it. They know when things need to be upgraded. And when we start integrating all of these other items, the whole thing is not only about AV operations where we're doing presentations or having meetings and such, but we also deal with a lot of information that we want to get out to constituents. And I've talked about with the ARPA and the infrastructure expansion is to get us out in all of our county facilities better, with better throughput and everything, add all these access points. Well, we want to get into more digital visual systems like large smart televisions, so that we can disseminate information out on these systems, and people, when they start catching on to this, they will see a lot of information that they can get from these systems. And it's all about the more information you have going out, the less people you have trying to get in and find things out. So that's what it's all about. And I've even seen some stuff here around the courthouse that some of it I worked with in the past, and it's not working right. And we need to upgrade those, and they're about information dissemination. I've got the sheriff's office, so many employees that don't use email and can't receive information that we send out for employees. And they themselves came up with an idea that we were already thinking about. So we immediately got in sync on that. And what's interesting there is that they actually have people that have Office on their computers and email. We come to find out they don't even need it. They don't use it. They said we don't have time to use it, we don't use it. We're in jail management system all day long doing our stuff there. So they've got email and they don't even receive information just because they don't use it, but they will look at these displays that are scrolling, have available the information that HR or somebody might be wanting to get out to employees. So it's a very busy position that I'm looking at doing here, and I think it's kind of way overdue, and we'll see things happening faster when we work like that. And it actually, as long as Jackie's been here, you can see on there that this is actually a decrease in salary to replace the systems analyst with this AV position. And at the bottom of this personnel request form, you'll see that the total there with the benefits is at $16,230 to make this happen with all of these positions. So I don't think I'm asking for too much to help us with our restructuring effort that we're going through and for retaining employees at that. Are there any questions on the personnel part of it? But that's all I have for personnel.
No, I'll just give you one more talking point to add to your arsenal. And that is that in order to deploy that $2.5 million, this is the worksheet that makes that happen. And so, I mean, I don't know what the budget's gonna look like. I'm predicting it to be terrible. So one of the things that you may think of is at least for 1 year is go ahead and put this towards ARPA, because it's 16,000 delta, knowing next year will be a much better year, most likely, to absorb it. But this is the money that you need. You've got to make the connection between your reorganization and deploying that 2.5 million. You just did it. Now I'm just suggesting you link it up. At least that's how I would view it, as being a smart move.
Yes. Yes, definitely wonderful to have it as an option to put out there as we look at everything and see
Yeah.
how it all looks.
Okay.
Yes, thank you.
All righty.
Okay,
Thank
all
you.
right.
Where do we go next?
Connie, if you want to go down to, should get to the 1240 budget sheet now. And for the handout I gave, that'll be the second page now, well, it's got the 1240 budget up there, kind of colored coded on a couple of lines. Yeah, that's the one right there, and then you can have this one ready, Connie, to bring up, each of the commissioners have it in front of them, but we'll give it an opportunity, and show the page number on that, just in case, just to make sure everybody, that's,
I don't know which one it is on the tab. Okay. That one? Okay.
yeah, that's the one right there. So in your packet, of course, you've got the spreadsheet view that lists out everything on the 1240 budget. And I bring both of them because you'll see a little bit difference in information, but then it's not too different either. So I want to cover the ones that when you're looking at what's in your packet for the 1240 budget, and you'll see down there where under the 22-23 itemization just left of the proposed budget, you see our overall budget of $1,530,905. And then we followed that with an increase for ConnectWise software, and then followed by what's called a Microsoft True Up. I'm just going to list these out, and then we'll talk about them. And I believe that was, there was, oh yes, and then we get on there, there's a second page to this that has the $37,500 that talks about adding Granicus Engagement HQ. We'll talk about that one independently. And then there's one, the biggest one, which is Tyler Technologies. They have a software increase of $47,733. Okay, so out of those 4 items that we're showing raise, this sheet that, now Connie, if you can go to this page right here. It's the other one you have up there.
That one?
Yes. Oh, yeah, you just put it up there. Yes. This sheet right here reflects the realistic. This does not have the Granicus Engagement HQ. I'm going to talk about it. I'm going to define it more and talk about it more under the capital outlay. Because it's not, it's an additional software. So whereas everything else on here is more about cost increases, and so those are things that we obviously really need to do. You can see where I ran a slight deficit there of $25,892 that required a budget change order. And so when you look below that and add that deficit to the Tyler increase, and then there's that 2.5% cost increase. That was a 2.5% of everything that we know we're going to be renewing without factoring in Tyler, because that one's so high that we put it in there individually for viewing. But this increase right here actually absorbs what you saw on the previous page out of your packet that listed the Microsoft True Up and the ConnectWise software. And that ConnectWise is software that replaced TeamViewer. That's what IT uses to remotely connect to users' computers when they have a problem, because many times we can fix their problem on the fly just by connecting to it. And so it's a very important tool for IT. And that was a minor increase, and the tool also provides us with more functionality. One of those is inventory of certain assets we have on our network. So what we're really looking at here, because you don't always see what everybody's going to do, because these renewals come out throughout the fiscal year. So what I put in here instead is a 2.5% cost increase for everything else, which only came to $22,595. By doing it like that, I know I'm covering whatever comes up. I want to mention the Microsoft True Up that I have $10,000 written on. This past fiscal year, I had to pay $35,000 to Microsoft for a previous 3-year agreement that we had. A true up is whenever you bind to Microsoft for 3 years. It's still a subscription, so you're going to pay the same price, but it's a fixed price, so it's the same price all 3 years. You don't have it going up, but it's based on your number of users and what type of licenses you're getting. And they don't make it easy, okay? You're going to buy a whole lot of licenses, meaning you get a whole lot of products from them, whether you're going to use them all or not. But the most important ones, the Office Suite, Outlook, and then we're actually using some other tools for doing another type of asset inventory, and also using it for our Outlook multi-factor authentication, part of our cybersecurity. So it works in that respect too. Anyway, the True Up is where you added more people throughout one of your years or more years. You added more licenses that you didn't pay for at the time. So at the end of the term, you true up. And they can actually audit and tell and all that kind of good stuff. Well, this true up that was done was actually done off of a little bit of a numbers mistake from the previous people. And they undercut the amount of users and the type of licenses they were getting. So when we started redoing things and Microsoft saw that, they had to calculate that, and that's where that $35,000 went. I put $10,000 in there just in case we needed to add people and such. But I feel like that $10,000 will be absorbed in the 2.5% cost increase, so I'm not asking for it like that. I want to stick to this page that you're looking at right now, where we look at the almost 26,000 that we did a deficit on, the Tyler increase, and then this 2.5% cost increase totals $96,212. I've got another budget line item that I want to decrease by $40,000 because I've assessed it over and over again and seen that for consecutive years that it always has a surplus in it, and I don't have any surprises that come out of that particular budget, so I would rather not have a surplus and reduce the amount of an increase that I actually have to bring in. That's just a raw increase. And that leaves the increase for Fund 5300 to be $56,212. So when you look at that $56,212, you can see that that was almost eat up just by the Tyler increase. So that's kind of a no-choice situation in order for me to operate under where I know the budget's going to be at for the next fiscal year. So that's your bottom line that you're looking at for 1240. Out of everything that I just rattled off, it boils down to a $56,212 added to the 5,300 budget for the Information Technology 1240 fund. Are there any questions on that part?
No, just that, I mean, most of that is, I mean, you can't do anything about the Tyler increase. I mean.
I'd love to, but yeah.
It's really 56 minus 47, you
Yeah.
know.
Yes, and while we're on the Tyler, what happened with Tyler is that about a year and a half ago, getting closer to 2 years now, a 6-year agreement was approved and signed off on when Tyler was moved to the cloud. And so you had a set cost for each of those 6 years, and it steadily increases. Mm-hmm. So last year I paid, I was on board, the last time we paid it was at $653,000, and now you see it going up to over 47. It's going up to $733,000, and a few dollars. It will increase to. And so this will be the third year that it's paid for. There'll be 3 more years, and it'll be increasing each of those as well. At the end of those 6 years, we'll talk. So that is it for the 1240. So we'll move on to the only other budget that I have. As a matter of fact, you can look at the bottom of the page you're looking at right now, 0131. 1304, those 2 budgets that are having to do with all the records management and imaging, those 2 budgets have no change, so we can go by them right now. The second one, though, that was after 1240 is the 1470. I'm asking for an increase of $10,000, totally out of my control. The rent went up for the records warehouse. So we were paying.
Can you remind us what that is? The rent per month?
What's that?
The rent per month.
Yeah, the rent per month for 2021 was at $14,850.
There it is, 1485, okay.
Yeah, and then you can see right below that is what it went up to, and then you'll see how much of an increase that was.
Right.
And then I put that in an annual amount, which the annual amount it went up was $12,480, but we're operating where we're fiscally, we're sound enough where just $10,000, I don't need the 12,000 something there, $10,000 will take care of the rent down there. One day we'll talk about vamping up our imaging process like it should be, because what we really need to be doing is reducing the amount of square footage that we need to warehouse documents.
One would think.
Yeah, so just another thing to get to. So that is it on these budgets. As a matter of fact, that's it on everything that has to do with direct IT. My next area of discussion will be and the final area will be the capital outlay stuff. So if you want to go to the last page, Connie, it's that one right there. The first block right there is with the this is the refurbishing of computers whenever when they reach end of life and we want to replace them. So we run the warranty period. The county has done this. They were doing it before I got here, and then when I came in last year, we did it. So you see with the $150,000 cap. So these numbers are, they come out of a matrix we run so that across the county by department, but we don't really go specifically by department unless there's a special need of some sort. But what we do is go through there, and all the computers that have moved on from being under warranty, we go through there and replace them. They've reached end of life, and we've got that at a minimum of 5 years, but can run up to 6 years. Sometimes, because of budgeting, you can get behind on a program like that because we have a lot of computers in the county. So it does help, obviously, though, and what I push for is to get more laptops. One of the things that I'm running into is that I see people borrowing laptops or wanting them in the middle of a fiscal year where they're a little bit out of sync with how we do it. And if a person there's any remote possibility that they're going to get up and go somewhere in the county or work from home or something like that, they need a laptop. And so we want to avoid them having both a desktop and a laptop. That's not a good way to operate. So it's much more efficient with the laptop.
The exception, just so you know, the DAs came this morning, and they actually said they make a good case for having both. They need to be physically in a courtroom, and so their iPads are helpful. And then, but they say they want, more modernized equipment in their office. Can you just take a look at that? It's inside their budget. I know it's making you do double budgets, but I think that might be the exception to the rule. Maybe county attorney didn't mention that as being an issue in their office, but it was mentioned as being a DA issue.
Okay.
I agree with you generally.
Now, you mentioned iPads. Did you mean actual iPad or a laptop? Because they're very different.
What are they using? They're using laptops in the, okay,
And they said
sorry.
laptop.
Because I'm programmed to say iPad because I use them.
Yes.
But a laptop for the DA, they were complaining. They were saying that they cannot do.
They take both.
That they want but need both, just so you know.
Okay.
If you'd
All right, yeah,
help
we'll-
us with that.
Yeah, we'll see.
And that way, we need to know whether it needs to be in your budget or their budget but
Okay.
that might be the only exception.
Okay, and if budget's tight, that's why I've mentioned there, if we gotta bend this a little bit where, we have to stretch life a little bit more on
Right.
computer, whatever we gotta do to get by, and not have to spend more money, then of course, that's what we can look at.
Okay.
All right. Okay, and then there's the IT office area, cubicle workstations. We have 4 different sets of them. When I say a workstation, cubicle workstation, it's a cubicle layout, and workstation is the desk itself that's literally built in. It's an integral part of the cubicle. So the furniture that is on this end of the building, some of it we moved because I've already moved a few people down there as is because it was kind of vital in our operation. That furniture will go back. So there will be no, whoever ends up using the office area that we're moving out of, they've got nice furniture already, so they won't need any in there. And at the $85,000, we're getting pretty well set up, and this kind of completes all the organizational restructuring that we're doing within IT. And this will, I've seen some of these and with what they've provided us with diagrams and everything, and they look very good. Now, when I say 4 sets on there, that's 4 different areas where we're setting them up in IT. One of them is where our current data center is at that we're going to relocate. And in there, we were going to put 6 cubicles, but we're now looking at only needing 4 in there. So the price will reduce a little bit, but I don't want to say a whole lot. We'll wait and we see how that goes. But that's going to be another little area of cleanup there, and see exactly how that comes out, but that would be very beneficial to get that in place. Then we'd be very well set. All IT people come out of there. And it right now, Public Works has already been through their assessing the removal of the last remaining carpet and putting that tile floor in there, which is, I think, very fast. It's a quick and inexpensive operation they're doing with these floors, but I feel like they're very nice the way they're doing them. So with that and these cubicle workstations, it'll look nice and be a nice working environment for them.
I'll tell you which ones are really nice. The ones in the law library.
Yeah.
I don't know if they're similar, but if that's kind of the new modern look, they're very,
Yeah, I think they're all from the same company.
Yeah.
So,
They're-
yeah,
they're
because we
nice.
go, of course, went through purchasing when we were looking
Right.
at this, so they did all the walkthroughs, so I would imagine they're very similar.
Mhm.
Yeah, and they look very good, yeah. Very efficient too, the way they've put them together maximizes the use of your space.
you know, that company Veridesk, the one that moves up and down? They also provide unbelievable workstations that, I mean, for you guys that are always at the computer, I don't know, I mean, that's supposedly for people who have back problems and,
Yeah, I have the one where sometimes I stand.
Those are
Yeah,
nice.
so, yeah.
Yeah. Okay, so now we kind of understand what you need in the realm of,
Yes, I would take care of that. What I'd like to do, the next block is AV projects, but I'd like to skip it. It'll be the last one we discuss. We can go ahead and look at the Granicus. I want to talk about that for a second. We brought in the Pulse survey product last year. That was a big player in our surveying the general public for the ARPA, all the ARPA stuff, and actually, I think the COVID was used in there as well. This Granicus is who we outsource our website through, right? So that is our web presence is with Granicus. Well, they have a product called Engagement HQ. So for gathering information, getting input from citizens, and also disseminating information out, this Engagement HQ is a product that can be an integral part of our website. We're the ones in control of it, and it has an unlimited access of creating topics that people can come out and they can go to our website, they can select any topics they're interested in, where they give their email, or we're going to be using email, texting. The website itself has information, and even the phone system, our voice over IP system, can integrate with this. So that gets back into that position I was talking about, where we can now set this up, and this would be a great place for people to, we put our topics out there, whatever you're trying to get information on, how the citizens feel about it, and they can come in there and they can put information out there, and then we can turn around and formulate those into reports or whatever we want to do. If we want to disseminate the information back out, we'll be able to do that. And then there are other companies like Zen City that we can use to help put things together that we get there off of their core product.
and just to explain how much money this can save, if you look at our Bob Hall peer engagement, it was phenomenal. And I'm not saying that if we had more money, I'd love to do more work with that company because they did such a fine job. But we spent more on one project than this would cost to pay for the whole year.
Yeah.
Right? This is a yearly?
Yes.
So it's just good to be able to do it ourselves. And I would think that Tyler would advocate for this because this is what a PIO dreams of, is being able to have public sentiment in order to craft a message.
Yes.
And so.
Yeah, and you kind of, when you mention PIO, you kind of bring up how the team is shaping up. If I can get this position, this AV type position in there, so they've got the technical side covered very much in depth. We've got a PIO, we've got Connie that's worked with as our webmaster in the past, and then been the communication specialist and helped with web activities and such. Kind of have a group of people now in the county working with the systems that we're bringing in software like this, and we shouldn't be missing anything once we get to
Do
that
they
point.
provide training if you were to procure something like this? 'Cause that,
Yes. Yes,
Yeah.
they provide training. We've actually coexisted sometimes. Well, whenever we've done the newer websites, like with Coastal Parks, with the Parker Pool, where we're getting these people, the library, some of these people had independent websites, and we brought them under Granicus, and there have been joint efforts where Granicus personnel and IT personnel in-house work together and build out these new web pages for
is that
theirs.
who's running Coastals?
Yes.
Yeah, it's very good.
Yeah.
So just so I can understand, so this budget request comes, this is what we call the extra? This is in addition to what you normally, I mean, this is an additional request. It's not gonna fit nice and neat into anything that we have right now.
Right, yeah, it's an additional component of our website.
Got it.
Is what it'd be,
Okay.
yeah. Yeah, we already been funding our website just fine for a while now, and this would be an additional component. And that's why I waited to talk about it. This is what you saw on the IT's 1240 budget earlier, but I didn't know if it would be better put here on capital outlay to start it, just so it doesn't get mixed up with the stuff in the IT 1240 fund that needs to be
Got it.
increased, yes. Yeah, we want to make sure that we've got the have-to-haves before the need-wants type.
I understand.
Yeah.
Okay.
So that's what that would be about. And so that leaves one last thing for me to discuss, which is AV projects. I've got all these things listed here, and, you add them all up, they're going to add up fairly hefty, not too terribly bad for, I mean, these are some pretty elaborate setups in here. But I wanted to, I don't really know how much to discuss this with here, other than that I think we're going to need to do some prioritizing, because some of these are new items that people have brought in. So the first four there are strictly about AV setups or for our presentation facilities, whereas the last one right there is what I was talking about earlier about for the sheriff facility next door, their digital bulletin system, which these, to compare to something that we already have, actually a couple of things. If you've seen them down on the first floor, on each side of the courthouse, although they haven't always been on, I actually brought them in back as a project manager, is the systems that are for displaying our agendas, the public notices that have to be posted. So they were so that the county clerk could stop putting stuff in the plexiglass holders outside. I noticed one day that they were off, and Ideas noticed it too, and we walked and talked about it a little bit. And I made another round and looked closely at the plexiglass outside and saw a lot of outdated stuff and just things that it's more the cleanup. It's not that we're not posting information as we should. It's just not the prettiest sight that, the best way that you could be doing it. And I believe that we have upgraded the system in the county clerk's office. That the software system has been upgraded, but the displays were never changed, and they're kind of small relative to what you're doing on them. But that's an example of what it is we're doing with this kind of stuff. Another thing downstairs that's more recent since I've been here, back here in this position, is there's a digital directory down there that was brought in. Public Works was heading up the effort when it first came in, and then we kind of took it over because it got from the mounting of everything and turned into an IT thing where we got it on the network. It's a smart TV that networks. And 22 Miles was a company that remotely connected. Bridget and I were working with them on all the information, and they pieced it all together. And so it's a digital directory where you can go in there, and it's actually touch screen. A person can actually walk up to it and find the location where they're trying to go in the courthouse. And if it's not in the courthouse, then we have something where it will actually bring up the address and tell them it's not located here. And so it was kind of a replacement of having the lady that sat down there in the little round area there and directed everybody where to go. So anyway, those are kind of examples of it. But in the sheriff's office, they would like to have several of these strategically located throughout the administration and jail area next door, so that we can disseminate information out to them that really goes for employees to view, for all the people that don't have email, as I was talking about earlier. And but the thing about it is this is a concept of how, as we're expanding and upgrading our whole infrastructure, we can add these types of systems where you're kind of doing AV stuff across your entire infrastructure. So the dissemination of information, getting it out there, when we talk about using these displays, all these emailing, texting, phone calling people that have signed up for certain information, I think we can do a pretty thorough job of getting information out to people if we bring these types of systems in. I think that just yesterday I brought in a girl from, she's a rep with the company that's in the, actually they do a whole lot of stuff, and they have a presence in Corpus Christi. They're headquartered in Mission, and they do a lot of this. So that's somebody we can partner with that's more close at hand. They're in our area. They're on state contract already, and she actually, her rep with Zoom is my same rep as well. And so we're trying to integrate all of these pieces, and we can start working with someone like that, and I can get this AV position in here. Now we're partnering with these outside people as well, and there's some pretty elaborate setups. We need to modernize the stuff we're doing in here with streaming and Zoom, because Zoom's not going away, okay?
Right.
But it just got thrown in the mix in a lot of places. It's not going away, so now we're ready to start working around it. And it's actually a little bit of a tangent with the county attorney's office wanting to, or has the need to record specific executive session agenda items. I'm finding that Zoom would probably be the best way to go. What we have to fix first is how we do Zoom accounts. There's some free accounts. Our accounts are kind of all over the place. They have several different accounts, and the lowest one is a free account. Actually, what we need to get into is a package of business accounts, which isn't very expensive for what you get. And there's a lot of capability with Zoom that we're not even touching on right now. And it integrates with a lot of this AV equipment, integrates with our voice over IP phone system. So that's why it's mentioned in there with that position I want to bring.
What about, speaking of software, you weren't also in the room for this. There was a request for software from the county attorney's office.
County attorney as well as social services.
Correct. The county attorney's was called Q. High Q. It's
Yeah,
case
we've been on
management.
demos with them, so we've been involved in that with them. The budgeting part of it is that, something I need to point out is that the IT budget, first of all, it doesn't have extra money in it. We don't run a high surplus, just waiting, kind of like what you're talking to Public Works about. You can't allocate all this funds in there just waiting for something to happen, right? The software that we fund out of IT is county-wide software, or at least spans multiple departments.
Okay.
Say
Not this, what I would call highly specialized.
Yeah,
In other
now
words-
how the funding source is, that's different, it's, if it looks like it touches on an area of ARPA that's eligible, just for an example.
Sure.
Then that funding source is fine. It's just a matter of who's managing that particular budget.
And what's your recommendation?
I prefer that the department, when it's a software that is just for that one department, that they see it, because it keeps a better visibility on the actual user of the program.
Okay.
Us as systems analysts in IT, the case management software that's so widespread, the Microsoft 365, all of those products, all the stuff we use in IT to manage our network domain, for cybersecurity as well as access control. There's a lot that goes on. Our data center stuff, all of these types that the end user cybersecurity software, all of that is county-wide stuff. So that's the kind of stuff we typically fund out of the IT budget. It doesn't matter to me. I mean, so I'm not saying, no, I can't do that for you. You know, it's just telling you how it was just normally done in the past. And so it doesn't matter to me one way or another. The real point here is that we'll partner with the county attorney, we'll partner with social services,
Right.
as we have been doing all along, and help any way we can with our big thing is the implementation, bringing it in, getting it installed, configured, and where they're good to go with
And
using it.
HiQ was a sole source, right? It's on like a GSA or something contract? or- Okay,
What was that?
but you still have to procure it somehow, like, are they, I mean, I know you can do sole source, but I told Francisco to come back, and that's why he's here. I'm just trying to think it through for ARPA. Will sole source work for ARPA? I don't know if it will. Okay, but just, my point is, I asked him to come back because I'm trying to separate in my brain for ARPA. It sounds like HiQ, Francisco, needs to go on the ARPA side, which is fine, but now we know that it needs to have maybe some, like, for example, it's a big one, right? It's Reuters? It's Thomson Reuters, so
Yeah.
Thomson's gonna be on probably multiple allied contracts, or, I mean, you just need to find out which buy board type of, how are they using it?
Yeah.
They're too big
Yeah,
not to be on
and-
some
and we're gonna
GSA.
be coming
They're probably
back.
on a GSA. We need to find out.
Yeah, and I've used GSA in the past already, so,
Yeah.
that would be a problem, but, we,
Let me look it up.
y'all are getting inundated with a lot of information through these budget workshops, so it'll be coming back in July where we can talk things more individually. We'll have more solid numbers, we'll know the answers to all these questions that are coming up. So, at that point, things are gonna be much more straightforward. We'll have our funding sources identified, and, so I think it'll be a better time for, of course, that'll also be a time for approving things, so there'll be a little bit more than discussion. So we want to have it very, very clearly laid out and come together, know exactly where we're coming from.
Got it. Okay. Well, you had a lot in there. Last question I have is, where are we on the enhancements for the courtroom on the 5th floor? The AV/, is that gonna come in under that ADA work that's being done currently? And if, you may not know, and originally, before you arrived, just so you know, we designated that courtroom as our full-blown ADA courtroom to really have hearing impaired advancement technology, all technology that would assist in ADA compliance. And to my knowledge, the ADA piece of it is being worked on right now structurally, but I don't have eyes on whether or not that included a budget from CLK, which is the architect on the 5th floor, as to the AV enhancement piece of it, which absolutely needs to be in there. And if we're missing that, I'd like for the court to readdress that. And that's something that I think you can get with Juan and CLK and Lan on.
Is Lane's doing it?
Lands on
Okay,
that
yeah, yeah, I
program
can go to
management.
them.
That is so important. It keeps getting kicked down the road.
Okay.
And that, it could be a way to avoid, if you will, other, I mean, as you know, these courtrooms are really hard to enhance for ADA. So the concept originally was make floor 5, at least this was a couple of years ago, make floor 5 the ADA for AV as well as physically for a judge, a witness, a juror, a lawyer, right? But it also needs to be, and it was the hearing impaired that was the most technological concern at the time.
Okay.
And I just think it should be, someone just needs to answer that question.
Yes, and you kind of brought up a point there too, is when you look at these AV projects, and all I've discussed, actually, is that I've got this list of items here that I've spoken to people about or they've come to me with. But if any of the judge and any commissioners have anything they don't see on here that they know is of interest, a priority for them, then it needs to go on this list as well. So certainly welcome for information as we start putting this particular block together and getting it prioritized, because I think all this is doable, and with all these other pieces we're putting together with the companies we'll work with, as well as the internal positions that are coming about that are kind of revolved around these, well, I think it would be a good time to get it all together, and because ADA compliancy and doing that is nothing new now at this point. And so this company I was talking with yesterday, they look like they'll cover any area that we need to cover.
Okay, that's great.
Okay. Any other questions or discussion points? I'll probably
I'm good.
hand it over to Tim, so, because, yeah, I can imagine having to sit through all these, it's a lot of information. All right, thank y'all.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Joe.
Tim, just give us a second. I already got a text back from Geo. I'm checking it right now, but that they're not set up to meet jail standards for Texas. But they're checking all options for us, so you can save yourself some time. I remembered that Leo's on my speed dial. You might remember, you remember Lina Guerrero, long time ago? She was the very first female railroad commissioner. That's her, she passed away from cancer, but that's her husband. He runs governmental affairs for Geo Group. And he said two things. Number one, they're 100% full with federal inmates. No big surprise. They have the same problem we do. He goes, but beyond that, just unfortunately, when they built, how stupid was this? They built not to Texas standards, to jail standards. That's a shame. Why would you put your federal inmates worse than your own Texas jail standards?
It just doesn't even sound
It's
possible.
even possible. But that just shows you, because they're privatized, see? That's how they make money.
Like, scroll down.
Anyway, it was a great thought, and let's see what other options he has.
Yeah, just go to like the end of that. It might not have got on yours.
Yeah,
Okay, hang on one second.
is your software something that you think would change your efficiencies?
Oh,
I mean,
completely.
Okay.
With turnover, of course,
Yeah, how do you manage?
we lose. We also, it tracks changes to drafts, who made those changes, when they were made. It has floating licenses when you have outside counsel, that all of that work can be, and it's not lost.
Yeah.
And we don't have any more projects that are like, oh no, this contract is expiring, now it's an emergency. All of it would be calendared and automated.
Well, and lawyers are used to that.
All right, you got it, Connie. I sent it to you.
Awesome. Well, I think Reuters is GSA'd. I looked it up, so I think you're fine.
Okay.
But I need Michael, obviously, to confirm. I looked it up. It's navigating government procurement, and it basically talks about.
I think our office has.
Can we just ask questions from,
Have fun.
and not too many conversations? I got a meeting at 3:30, so.
Tim, could
Oh,
you
oh.
be brief?
Believe me, Judge, I'll be the shortest one here.
I figured you would. Go ahead.
As you see, you pull it up here on line number 5303. Originally, it was an error on my part. I'll take responsibility. It's not 40 grand that I need. I'm only gonna need 21,664 of that. And the reason for that is I wanna purchase 9 AEDs to add into the county's total number. That'll make us a total number of 57. Those 9 will go to the sheriff's office. And that'll make 19 AEDs that are in the tier 1 or front line, which are the higher risk of being used. The company that we're currently doing our maintenance with right now, Robstown Constable's Office used one within 4 hours. They had that machine back up in service again. So the 9 machines are gonna cost a little under $16,000. That's the cheapest I could find them. The second cheapest was 25. And our budget from last year, we had $17,813. All I needed to do is supplement that with an additional $5,600 to cover the maintenance cost, which is right around $24,000 a year. So with that, that original $40,000 that I asked, I'm only asking for $21,664, and that's a difference of $18,338. And that concludes my brief.
Okay. So I'm just gonna ask Teresa, or auditors. Again, while that's a risk management policy, that's a thing. That thing should be procured by the right department. If they're all gonna go to sheriff, why can't this be purchased from over there? I mean, it's a thing. It's not, risk management is not a, I don't know. I'm with him 100%. I'm just trying to figure out how to fund it.
I mean, I'm not sure if it could come out of capital and be allocated to the sheriff.
Yeah.
I'm not.
Yeah, I just think
that's
we
on
should
capital,
mark
but-
that one down. Tim, it's a great idea. It's about how we fund it.
I understand, Judge. The only thing is if I could take the maintenance on that way I can ensure they're all on the same maintenance. Yes, they could be purchased through them, but the maintenance contract on it.
Understood. Okay.
And we can budget it that way. We can budget the maintenance for those in his budget, and we can make the purchase out of
Yeah.
wherever the apartment would
Yeah.
be, so.
Because otherwise, every time you look at your year over last, it's
Yeah,
gonna look weird.
I understand.
Budgeting is a science, right? Okay, all right, well, in the effort of hurrying it up, goodbye,
All right.
as we say, bueno bye.
We'll call you when you do.
All right, now let's call the next person, because now we're ahead of schedule. Let's call Holden. Because, right, that's the next one, the last one? He doesn't have much on his either. So if he can't come, if y'all will just look, we'll wait for him, but there's no capital outlay here. So all he's gonna speak about is a reclass, because there's net zero increase to the budget. This is a net neutral, no capital, simply a reclass. So he's gonna be super quick. If he wants to Zoom for the interest of time, he can. Did we lose Commissioner Maras? Yeah. Okay.
Oh, we did.
Teresa.
Oh, my gosh.
Oh, yeah, yeah, sure. Okay. Yeah. For a hamburger Tuesday. Remember that guy? Yeah.
Okay.
Holden is gonna come in and Zoom.
Yeah, just be faster. Then you'll be home by 3.
I got a meeting at 3:30.
Well, you'll be out of here real fast.
Yeah. I wish I could go home.
Any way you could stay, Jenny, for 15 minutes afterwards, since we're a little ahead? We could get through if you think, okay.
Send him the link.
He has a link.
He has a link? Okay.
Oh, I'm guessing. I mean, he knows how to zoom in.
I'll email it to him anyway, just in case. There he is.
Thank you. Holden? Hey there. Okay, super. Appreciate it. I know you guys were planning on coming over, but we wound up just getting way ahead of schedule. So in order to facilitate efficiency, we're just gonna, nope, we won't hold it against you that you're on Zoom. Thank you for doing it. Would you begin to present for us your budget? 1389.
About to walk up and I got the email. This is easy, so yeah, appreciate it, absolutely. Yeah, our budget request believe if you have the packet in front of you, the first page is a pretty good, right here. This is a pretty good summary of what we're requesting. We're requesting no net increase to our budget. It's the same request that we had from last year, budget expenses totaling $118,905. So it's the same that we've had for 2 years. All we're doing is requesting to reclassify our department head from a deputy director, which is the role that I have now, to a director. We have some justifications for why this is. This has obviously been, in the plans for the NCDC for a while. I think we're at a unique time now. As the commissioners and the judge are aware, I'm transitioning out of this role at the end of, pretty much at the end of this month, beginning of July, to go on to school. And so we'll be bringing somebody in. It will be a great opportunity to go and find somebody who meets the qualifications, has some prior experience in the economic development field, to really kind of kick this thing into overdrive now that we've got a pretty good foundation. So, with that though, that person needs to be more than a deputy director. Looking at some of the research in terms of similar job postings in other counties, other cities, the current salary is not going to be competitive to get someone who has the experience that we need for this role. So we're requesting roughly a $20,000 increase in the department head salary, put us still on the lower end of what economic development director would make, but I think it would be a growth position is one we're looking at it as well. So you're getting someone who has some experience, but maybe not a whole host of experience. You're not poaching a director from an established agency. You're maybe giving someone an opportunity who served as a deputy director previously to come into a director role. And to that, but the good news is all of these funds are within our budget as it currently exists. It's a decrease in our professional services budget item, which was previously used to fund the contract for John Breyer. And it's a slight draw on reserve appropriations just to also make up the difference in benefits that's required. But we have the funds there. I've worked through it with Teresa Nakamore. And yeah, so ultimately we're not asking for any new funds. And we are expecting the same contribution from the Port of Corpus Christi that we've received this past year.
Okay, great. Okay, that makes your analysis here easy. Net zero increase to budget and fully funded by outside interlocal.
Yeah, I believe that's correct. I know there's been some funding in the past from Commissioner's Court. I believe in the past that's been somewhere in the $40,000 to $50,000 range. But yeah, I mean, with our current funding from the board at 120, the budget we're requesting is 118. So unless there's a budgeting reason why there needs to be some reserve appropriations that are made up from funds within the county, we fully meet this budget with our outside funds. We just need permission to upgrade this position. And then also at the same time, we're in the process of hiring that person, because I'm on my way out here. And so would certainly appreciate any guidance that Judge, you or the commissioners have for us in regards to trying to make sure that when that person comes on, again, I think that the funds are there because it is the same amount of money that we have in our budget today. But just trying to make sure that we have somebody come on in July who is making the salary that they would make, assuming that this position change was approved, that they would make in October. We wouldn't want there to be a gap from their July, August, September salary to October, if that makes sense.
Yes, it does. It does indeed. Okay. Any questions? Okay, Teresa's gonna have a comment. Teresa, we'll get on a mic here so you guys can hear. Hang on one second.
I was just, excuse me, I was also going to add that that position, we're also requesting a car allowance for that director.
Okay. All right, so, is it in there?
Yeah, sorry, I missed that one.
It's in there. Okay, it's already in there. All right, so without getting too excited, this might be the very first department budget workshop, a department inside budget workshop that could potentially offer a savings. So I'm seeing here a potential $50,000 savings because that's what was budgeted last year, I believe. We'd have to look at that. Was it 40 or 50?
It's fully funded by the port, so, I mean, for savings for us, I mean, it's not really helping per se, but we are.
But we put in,
Oh, originally, yes.
Originally, we
Yes.
put in 50.
The first year, yes.
okay, so last year we did not put
No, I
in.
believe it was fully funded by the port. It was 119 or 120.
It was my question, but what did we budget our giving in there? Like, in last year's fiscal year, did we put in any dollars?
We have revenue from the Family Protection Fee account.
Correct.
Those funds are going into the NCDC account.
That's what I thought.
And then this year, we have the transfer from general fund.
Okay, I guess what I'm saying is those can be used somewhere else.
Yeah, that's possible. I'm not 100%
Yeah,
sure.
no, I mean, well, I'm saying to you. Well, yeah. Well, I want to do it, but you know, if I'm pushed.
Yeah.
I mean, if we're tight, that's where you're gonna take. This is gonna be an extraordinary year, and then hopefully we'll get back on track, right? I mean, you can't have the economy hurting us like this without it showcasing it somewhere, but. Anyway, well, look, I appreciate it. It's the first time I actually get to think of potential surplus somewhere. Thanks, guys. If there's no other questions, we'll let you go. All right, thanks so much. It's 3:05. See you guys tomorrow morning for regular court. Back to budget workshop on Thursday at 10:30. How are you going to account